Okay, welcome everyone. The June 11th, 2024 regular council meeting is called to order at 4:03. Council would like to acknowledge the Ucluelet on whose traditional territories the District of Ucluelet operates. Audience members and delegates are advised that this proceeding is being video recorded and broadcast on YouTube and Zoom, which may store data on foreign servers. Has Council received the late items? There are 4 late items. They include correspondence related to the public hearing on Bylaw 1344, 2024, correspondence related to DVP 24-07, correspondence related to the proposed municipal visitor parking program, and a verbal report titled STR Data Portal Information Sharing Agreement. May I have a motion to amend the agenda by adding the late items to the agenda as follows? Adding the correspondence related to the public hearing on Bylaw 1344, 2024 to the agenda under item 6.1, and adding the correspondence related to DVP 24-07 to the agenda under item 5.1, adding the correspondence related to the proposed municipal visitor parking program under item 8.4, and adding the verbal report titled STR Data Portal Information Sharing Agreement to the agenda as item 8.6.
Now?
Yes. Thank you, Councillor Kennington.
I'll second.
Second, thank you, Councillor Anderson. All in favor? None opposed, and that carries. Do we have, we just got Councillor Mafty on Zoom. Perfect. So may I have a motion to adopt the agenda as amended?
So moved.
Councillor Hoare, thank you.
I'll second.
Councillor Anderson, all in favor? And that carries. Have we lost Councillor Mafty?
He's there. I just don't think he can go on video.
Oh, okay. But I did see him raise his hand a minute ago. There we go. Okay, perfect. We have 2 delegations this afternoon. Please hold any comments about bylaw number 1344, which relates to bed and breakfasts in single-family residential areas, until the public hearing later in the agenda. Also, we cannot receive input on bylaw numbers 1341, 1345, or 1346, as public hearings are prohibited on these bylaws.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second?
Yes?
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm just hoping Joey can either re-promote me to panelist or let me enable my camera and my mic. Otherwise, the only thing I can do is raise my hand intermittently.
All right, we'll
Now
see
I
what,
can
we'll see
talk,
what we
but I
can do.
can't video.
And I see we have our CAO on Zoom as well. Mr. Lawrence, welcome.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Sorry, can I receive permission to share my video?
We're working on it.
Oh, okay. Thank you. Sorry. I couldn't hear you guys for a second.
Try it now, Councillor Mafty.
I'm here. I can speak, but I can speak unseen. That's okay.
We're still trying. Hold on.
Okay. Hi. Thank you so much.
Great. Thanks for joining us from afar.
I'm glad to be here.
Our first delegation is Joshua Hunt from EFTI. ERIF, sorry, my mistake, ERIF. And I'd like to move that Council authorize Mr. Hunt's delegation regarding ERIF Sustainable Solutions Housing Development Project in Ucluelet to go beyond the 10-minute time limit established by the council procedure bylaw. If I could have a second.
I'll second that.
Councillor Hoare. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries. Thank you. Welcome, Mr. Hunt.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Turn the mic on. There it is. It's a privilege to be here today. The purpose of me being here is just to share with you a little bit about what we've done in the housing space. I've had the privilege of working with the planning department, and the reason that we actually are here today in Ucluelet, and you'll notice I'm Australian but we live on Vancouver Island, is because Jeff Cadman, who now works with you, was known by us in Campbell River where we live. And so what we wanted to do today was just share a little bit about what we do as a company and then how it can possibly help here in Ucluelet and whether we can work together to create a real solution as far as the sustainable housing piece is concerned. So I've got a presentation here just to walk you through, just to explain maybe our journey and what we've done to date. ERIF is our company, and our company really works in creating infrastructure for communities. Just to give you a little bit of background on that in regards to where we have this experience. Like I said, obviously Australian. In Australian, we've done a lot of property development and construction. Our Australian company was producing around 500 homes, both single-family and multi-family dwellings a year. We then have moved further abroad, building affordable housing. We built about 1,000 homes in Peru in the affordable housing space. We then went to China, where we had a very large modular manufacturing facility. We had about 2,500 staff in China. We then also built another modular manufacturing facility in Kazakhstan. So all the places that you probably don't want to go, we've built there. I say that to say we don't know a lot about everything, but we do know a lot about housing and construction. That's really where our niche has been. And because we built in those remote locations, the other three elements of our company, we specialize in food production, large-scale food production to create food security for communities. We do a lot of green energy, net zero waste stuff, and we also work in the green transportation space. So that's really what our company does. But today we're here to talk about what we're doing in the sustainable housing piece. To help you understand the way that we do things, we've taken a very innovative approach to housing and construction. If I can explain your house in this way, your bedroom, for instance, normally in your bedroom there's furniture and there's normally not much else from a construction point of view. There is four walls, a roof, power points around the outside and a light. We call it, in the construction world, it's volumetric space. And so what we did is we looked at the way that we're constructing houses and have broken it into two halves. We call one a smart zone and the other zone volumetric space. There's many ways that we can build volumetric space, but what we've done is we've divided them into two. In doing that, what you can see on the screen there, on the left we call that our IGV Nexus. This is now a patented system that our company is rolling out across Canada. And what we've done is we've incorporated everything in a smart zone into our IGV Nexus. So that Nexus includes things like kitchens, bathroom, all of your plumbing, electrical, your HVAC. All of that is actually in our smart zone, which is our module in the center of our homes. And then we're building volumetric space around it. And the one you can see on the right is what we're specializing on here at the moment in Canada, and that is structural insulated panel construction. Now, structural insulated panel construction is very much known not only in Ucluelet but BC and Canada-wide. It's a great way of building volumetrically the frame of your house very quickly in a very energy efficient way, both from a energy efficient from a construction point of view, but then also very energy efficient as far as the end house is concerned. Really good as far as seismic ratings, snow loading, structural integrity, energy efficiency. So that is the volumetric way in which we build a house. So then we bring those two together, where we put our smart zone onto our foundations, and then we wrap our volumetric space around that. And what that enables us to do is to build homes very efficiently. On average, we're building buildings about 50% faster than traditional construction. We have about 60% on-site less labour. We have about 50% on-site less waste. And traditionally, our buildings are becoming a lot more cost-efficient than traditional construction. So this innovative construction approach is now obviously becoming very interesting to the Canadian government. As you can imagine, there's what they're calling the housing crisis. And one of the major problems in Canada and across BC is the affordable housing space. And so how do you actually build affordable housing? It's a real topic that needs to be addressed across the country, because what we have is, and in Ucluelet especially, is your land price is not cheap. You don't have a lot of land. You've got beautiful ocean on one side and Stillwater on the other, and you've got a little parcel of land in between. And what we find is that land in Ucluelet is very expensive. So how do you then go about building affordable houses when your underlying land's cheap? Well, there's only two ways that you can actually save money when building a house. Number one is the land, and number two is the construction method. And so we've got to take both of those into account when we're working, how do we actually deliver affordable housing? And so what we do is, I'll quickly talk about that. So there's numbers of things here in regards to the affordable housing space. Number one is partnering with municipalities. Let me tell you why that is so unbelievably important. Because when you're building things, there's normally a lot of red tape. And you need to work with councils and municipalities and planning departments to actually work through this process as efficiently and as cost efficiently as we can. And so anyway, Jeff, my friend, said, you should come down and have a talk to these guys. And I said, well, okay, well, we're very busy, but we come down. And let me tell you, to date, and I say, I only have my personal experience, they've been fantastic. They're working with us to try and say, this could be something that's very beneficial for Ucluelet. We've met with mayor and councillors in the planning office last week, and they said it'd be good to share in this particular forum so people could understand what we do. So partnership with municipalities is very important. And then there's some other things there, manufactured in Canada, green, all of that sort of stuff. You can have a look at this later if you want to. But what we've done here is, I just wanted to explain this in regards to where our niche is as far as this building method is concerned. And what we've done is we've created a series called our Eagle Multiplex series. And so you can see the image up there. There's 5 different images. These are our different multiplexes. And our multiplexes is a series of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom apartments. What they deliver is rapid housing construction at an affordable price, delivering affordable rentals and affordable sales. We think that both of those things are very important, plus market rentals. It's the 3 things that we look to provide when building this type of property. We're going to have market rentals. We want to contribute to market rentals. We want to contribute to affordable rentals. We want to contribute to affordable sales. The reason we think that affordable sales from a human perspective is so important is because having affordable rentals for people to live is very important for community. That's why it's one of our key foundations, because if you can't provide affordable rentals, you can't get staff, you can't get families got to move out, like you've got all of these fundamental problems. So affordable rentals is really important. But affordable sales is really important for us as well, because what that does is that actually fixes the problem for the next generation. Because it means you can get people into the market. And we think that that's a really important thing for us as a company to say, well, we just don't want to fix it now. We actually want to fix it for the next generation as well. And so if we can deliver a certain amount of it as affordable sales, we think that that's a really good thing to do. So what our Eagle series delivers here is rapid construction, a minimum of 30% affordable rentals. Our ground floor apartments are all accessibility compliant. That's a fairly important thing to make sure that People that can't climb stairs or people that have mobility issues are taken into account. They're very energy efficient, high quality build, and they're also, our 3 bedrooms are what we call multi-generational living. I'll go to the next slide. If we look at this is the typical layout. The bottom left hand here is what we call our 3 bedrooms. So the 3 bedroom is, this section here could be classified as a 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom, quite a generous size apartment. But then this third section, which is the 3rd bedroom, is actually fully self-contained. So what that means is it's really good for multi-generational, or a more crass way of saying that, it could also be your money maker. Where if you, because this, I tell this story, my dad said to me when I was young, he said, Josh, you live beyond your means. You got 2 options, lift your means or lower your expenses. We all have the same issue, right? So housing affordability can actually fall into those same 2 categories. We've either got to lower our cost or we've got to lift our means. And so that 3rd apartment is a way of actually doing that, where you could have it as an external rental, as a way of lifting your means to help you with the affordability of your apartment. Or it's really great for multi-generational, which actually achieves the same outcome. Normally it's families living together for longer, contributing to the household income and making it more affordable. So that is our Eagle series. It's all about zoning optimization, about building them of a certain size so that there's a large project, so that it's worthwhile and you actually create some efficiencies out of the size of it. Systemization approach to construction. And yeah, that's what we do. So I think that that's probably enough from me, and I think we're at time, right?
Perfect timing, thank you. Questions for Mr. Hunt?
So, through the mayor, assuming you have all your approvals in place, how long does it take to get one of these units into somebody's hands?
If we look at the Eagle series, any of these buildings, like if you look at the one at the top left, that building is on the ground floor, a 2 bedroom and a 3 bedroom, and then it mirrored above it. And so you could say that that's a 4 apartment complex, or if you want to divide out the 1 bedrooms, it's a 6 apartment complex. We would build that in about 8 weeks. And affordability, as far as I'm concerned, is not about living in substandard accommodation. Like we save money through systemization and process, not by cutting corners on quality. Like, for instance, our kitchens have all got solid granite bench tops with waterfall edges, just to give you a bit of a taste of quality. We're not about trying to bring in a cheap, fast-built caravan style, slap it. We want to build high-quality accommodation, but we want to do it in such a way that it becomes very efficient and very cost-efficient, so therefore we can deliver those outcomes.
One more. On the topic of affordability, CMHC, BC Housing, where do we stand there?
Yeah, the affordability is set to us, not by us. So affordability means, and there's numbers of levels of affordability, but as an absolute minimum, like the market rent, let's just say a market rent, and I'll just pluck numbers, not that it's based, but if a market rent for a 2 bedroom was $2,000 a month, and that's what the market's prepared to pay, that may be absolutely irrelevant as far as CMHC is concerned. CMHC will say a 2 bedroom is $1,600, and for you to be affordable, you've got to be a minimum of 21% cheaper than that rate, not market rate, the rate that they say. And so affordable rentals and affordable sales is dictated to us, not by us, by governing bodies.
Thank you.
We aren't taking questions from the audience. No, this is for council.
You can ask me later.
Councillor Anderson?
You stole my questions, actually.
Sorry, I should have just done one.
Yeah, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if and this is going to be a really tough one for you to answer. I don't mean to hold your feet to the flames here, but if the cost of building today is between like $400 and $500 per square foot, do you think you can get that down beneath those levels that we're seeing today in Ucluelet?
As a company, we've been working on a solution to the housing problem rather than pretending to play developer. But we've done a lot of development in our life. We've got a lot of experience in development. And so working with Ucluelet and the planning department, we think that we need to probably put on our development hat and build some of these out. And so we've taken a very hands-on approach to saying what would the cost be in Ucluelet rather than just saying, hey, here's a kit, someone can build that. And so we are really looking at driving the price down. We're currently at around $300 a square foot and hope to be further south.
And then with that extra savings, where does that extra savings go?
You know, the variables, sorry, Bruce, the variables are in things that are somewhat out of our control. Like what I mean by that is we are systemizing the approach of building from foundation up. That's something that we can control. Foundation down is now very much site specific, you know, because it's all about infrastructure, it's about geotechnical, it's about what it actually takes to get the thing to slab level. That's really the biggest variable in this process, that we are systemizing and managing the slab up portion. The risk is slab down, and it's everything from getting infrastructure, servicing to the site, to the site itself from a geotechnical point of view, seismic, wind loadings, that's all engineered in.
Excellent.
What's your capacity? How many units can you reasonably build, say, within 6 months?
We we have been looking at numbers of sites in Ucluelet. Now, Ucluelet's a fairly tight landmass, right? Like, it's not like you've got huge amounts of land, so it's fairly difficult. But we are very excited about a number of sites, and currently, based on what Dwayne and what do you call him, Mr. Lawrence? And the planning department said, and we've looked at the housing demand, there seems to be a lot of demand here for like market and affordable rentals. The project that we're currently looking at will deliver about 250 lettable doors. The time frame, it really does depend on how fast infrastructure can keep up to us. But if you get all of those right, you could build those in 6 months.
Wow. So on that infrastructure piece, because we do have, some challenges there. I heard you mention before something about on-site waste management. Can you discuss that a little bit?
On-site waste management, we don't view things like probably normal developers, because most of my experience has been building in remote locations. We've normally had to generate our own power, our own water, deal with our own sewerage, and deal with our own waste. So we come at things slightly different rather than just saying to the planning department, hook me up. And so we've taken a very proactive approach. We know that there are some challenges in Ucluelet with some of the infrastructure that's there, and we're working with them in regards to how do we generate that solution. And I do think that there is some real solutions here if people are prepared to think creatively. And to date, I've found the guys to be fantastic in regards to exploring those thoughts. Ultimately, we want to make sure that the city infrastructure operates that it best possibly can. But sometimes, if you can't get people to town, the town suffers, and you're better off dealing with something another way and wait for it to catch up. And so we're looking at all of those particular options. But the sewage infrastructure seems to be the biggest challenge, but I don't think is a game stopper. Sorry, did I answer that? I got lost in the middle of it.
You did. That was great. And you're proposing a variety of 1, 2, and 3 bedroom units. Is that right?
That's correct. Yeah, the variety. It's all basically of our Eagle series, which is 2 stories, as you can see, various external clads so that they look and feel differently. We're looking to create a community. We're not interested in the segregation thing to say, affordable people live over there. We actually don't like that to be any different. We want homeowners, renters, and we want a beautiful location where it looks and feels fantastic. And I have the view, if I wouldn't be prepared to live there, why would I expect someone else to live there?
Thank you. Councillor Hoare, anything from you?
No, I think I have some research to do. But it's very interesting, and especially the notion of, not having that segregation, because one of the things that I think makes a community is having renters and owners and people of all ages and economic levels and times in their life and all of that. So
Yeah, my view is one's ability to be able to afford something is not necessarily a direct reflection of one's character. So why should you segregate them?
Any final questions from council?
I wish I had more just so I could listen to him speak.
And your website is quite comprehensive. Just Google ERIF, and everyone can see some of this presentation, a lot of the information that's in this presentation.
Sorry, I have one more question. I got so many questions.
Okay.
First Nations engagement. Are you currently doing anything in that space?
You'll see our website is really geared towards First Nations. And in fact, we're probably more geared towards First Nations than any other communities. So we work very, very closely with First Nations. And in fact, the reason we came to Canada in the first place is that we were doing a large project in the remote community of West Coast Vancouver Island in the middle of Koyukit-Cheklisut territory. And so we've worked hand in hand with Koyukit-Cheklisut. And in fact, last year we took Koyukit-Cheklisut, about 8 of them, on a world tour, and we showed them where we'd built these all around the world. Most of them have never had a passport before, and it was one wild trip. We went around the world in 10 days. So that was interesting. As far as working with First Nations is concerned, we are really of the view of teach someone to fish rather than give them a fish. And so every time we do a project, we have a training program where we invite the First Nations, the local First Nations, to come in and work hand in hand with us to develop that project so that they can then access the materials directly and be able to build as many houses as they want, standing on their own 2 feet, rather than be reliant on someone else to come in and do it for them. So it's very much a hand up rather than a hand out when it comes to our philosophy of working with First Nations. And we're very connected with First Nations. I consider them friends in many ways.
If we can stop sharing the screen, I just wonder if Councillor Mafty has any questions.
No, no questions. I was really pleased, excited, stimulated by the presentation that we received from the proponent last week or the week before. I thought this was a great recap. I think this is really exciting. I think it's really interesting. I think it speaks to a lot of the specific challenges that we've got in Ucluelet with some really compelling solutions. And I'm personally very curious to see how this moves forward. And I'm hopeful that it will.
Great, thank you.
Can I just finish with one thing?
Sure.
And that is, the definition of insanity is do the same thing, expect a different result. And so we take that approach to every part of our business. Don't do something exactly the same as the last person and expect to be able to do it differently. So we take that approach to construction. Innovate, do something different to get a different result. And we say the same thing to our planners and councillors, that you've got to do something different to get a different result. And what we've got to do here in Ucluelet and right across the country, in fact, is to deliver affordable housing. And to do that, we need to have an attitude of doing things differently. And so we hope that we can all join together and make that happen. Thank you. I know we got a really long meeting, so sorry about the length.
Thank you, and thank you for taking time to come here and give your presentation. Our second delegation is Ms. Wu. Is that you? Would you like to go to the microphone? And please try and keep your presentation to 10 minutes.
Dear Mayor and Council members, I am here today to give you insight into what small business owners in Ucluelet are currently facing. My name is Sharon, and my partner Dylan and I own and operate Yayu Cafe. During summer months, we service more than 100 customers a day, 5 days a week. Customers often ask us why we aren't open 7 days a week or why we haven't expanded. Every year we are hopeful things will shift, but the answer is obvious and it's only getting worse. The housing crisis has created unattainable expectations for small business owners and unsustainable practices for both employers and employees. To date, we have employed 28 local residents. Aside from just 3 staff members, everyone has always held not 1, but 2 jobs in order to either afford the cost of living or to obtain staff housing. Businesses unable to offer staff accommodation are left short-handed. This creates a downward spiral of problems ranging from inaccessible services, burnout, unhappy tourists, and an overwhelmed service staff. A safe and secure home should not fall on the shoulders of business owners. Food and beverage industry profits are already paper thin, and we cannot afford to continue paying out of pocket to hold rooms for potential staff members. I cannot spend my days off continually calling landlords and begging them to rent to our staff members. I should not be staying up all night worrying about where our employees are going to sleep tomorrow. Dylan and I have worked relentlessly over the past 5 years to keep the doors to Yayu open to the community. We are not homeowners, but we are lucky enough to have a secure housing situation. The same cannot be said for our staff members. Over the years, we have witnessed 6 staff members become homeless. That is more than 20%. The unaffordability, the inability to find an available home, along with unlawful evictions, have resulted in many community members being forced to live out of their vehicles or continually move from sublet to sublet with uncertainty. These are not young kids unwilling and unable to contribute to the community. These are vital and skilled working professionals earning an income, providing Ucluelet with much needed services. These are social workers, housekeepers, landscapers, massage therapists, and teachers. We are feeding your families, taking care of your young, and cleaning your homes. We are the foundational building blocks to a healthy, functioning society, and we are asking for your support. Our business, like many others, depend on tourism, but there needs to be a balance between feast or famine. We cannot continue to promote growth in tourism while simultaneously ignoring the plea of low-income and marginalized community members. Who is amplifying our voices? Where is the housing committee? Why is the district not collaborating with local business owners to solve these critical issues? And when will you commit to prioritizing the housing needs of this community? Thank you. Laura Griffiths, the Executive Director of Ucluelet Aquarium, will now speak.
Hello, Mayor and Council. I'm concerned about the future prosperity of our community. Sorry, short. Through the last decade, one of the main comments we receive at the Ucluelet Aquarium is, "I love this community." The people here are the magic that made me fall in love with this place. I saw community in the form of action when volunteers poured into the building site to paint the walls and finish the boardwalk of the Ucluelet Aquarium. I've seen it at Redfish's Backroads cleanups, the Yuki Days pancake breakfasts, the Firemen's Galas, and the Mother's Day plant sales. Yet I'm scared for the days that the binding threads of this community are gone, and we are just people that shop at the same grocery store. Building community means working together and considering one another. It is work, and we need to address this if we are to keep the culture of this place and others coming here to marvel at all we enjoy every day. I am for tourism, and I am for short-term rentals. It is what anchors myself and many of us to this place and allows us to provide for our homes and families. I am also for sustainable growth and development. This area has had too much of boom and bust industry. Our lack of caution led to the collapse of many ways to live here, including herring and salmon and cedar. I would like to see us nurture this one, to learn from the lessons of Tofino and Jasper and Canmore and Whistler. When we talk about the... Okay, I can yell. All right. When we talk about the housing crisis... All right. No, I just have to stand. Oh, here we go. All right. When we talk about the housing crisis, we often discuss attracting investment, but it is not just what we pull from the outside, but also what opportunities we build from within, what resources we already have that we can use most effectively. We need housing for the many types of community members we have, which requires many types of solutions. Some of the ideas that I've heard from others include a cap on short-term rental business licenses until a ratio or number of long-term rentals are reached. Incentives for and applying for grants and funding to help homeowners convert short-term rentals to long-term rentals. An empty homes tax on homes that sit empty for longer than 4 months. A review of bylaw priorities and penalties, and the creation and maintenance of an affordable housing committee. In the Euclid Aquarium, we have 9 full-time year-round employees, which grows to 16 in the summer. Of this, 3 own homes and 2 are in rental situations that could be considered secure with long-term potential. With all the housing insecurity, we lose numerous opportunities when the employees we've interviewed and offered jobs to back out. We've lost returning summer employees who have said, I just don't have it in me to do the housing hunt again this summer. Since 2012, I have trained over 70 people, and since 2012, we've more than doubled our annual visitorship from 18,000 to more than 40,000. This kind of growth needs training and investment, and if we are to grow more, we need not only a stable base of employees to meet our current capacity, we need to be able to attract skilled professionals to our community who will allow us to be ready for growth. It's very hard to keep personnel. Employees in their 30s do not see a future if they are paying $12.50 for a room in a shared house. They do not want to live with their husbands and wives and partners in a shared house, nor do their roommates look forward to them raising children in the room next door. They leave. The turnover and constant training puts huge pressure on our team, which leads to faster burnout. While many facilities like ours and other communities have a robust volunteer base, volunteers are not an option here since many people are working 2 jobs. If you're familiar with Alice Through the Looking Glass, you may remember the Red Queen's race. When Alice complains that they aren't getting anywhere, she says, now here you see it takes all the running you can do to keep in the same place. If you want to get somewhere else, you must run at least twice as fast as that. Increasing our capacity for visitors without increasing our capacity for long-term residents feels akin to planting crops we have no means to harvest. Google searches by tourist destinations follow the lines of where to eat in or what to do in, and we will not be a successful destination or resort municipality without the diversity and creativity, the art, music, food, beer, spirits, and culture that provide others with the joy in exploring and meeting their daily needs. I really love connecting with people. I love the opportunity to share knowledge and solutions with people who are afraid for the climate future we are inheriting. And I also love the amazing team that I feel so lucky to work with. Many have invested years in our facility, a first of its kind, now being replicated across the continent and across the world. Our team has helped youth with work experience, applying for schools and universities, sometimes with their homework. They've put hours and hours into learning the complex dance of managing the biological and social needs of our specimens along with the needs of visitors. I cannot wait to see the outcomes of all the investment they've put in and the beautiful things they will create for our children, our youth, our community, and yet I cannot see how I can offer them a future. They are skilled and talented adults who love this place as I do. And I would like to work with them to build their future here, and I'm asking you, Mayor and Council, to help us do that.
Thank you, Laura. Do you want to wait to see if anyone has any questions for you?
Yes.
Well, as you heard from the first presentation, we are working hard to find some solutions for housing. That's probably one of the top things we talk about whenever we're together. We just had our recent strategic planning review, And guess what? Housing was top priority. So we are looking at options. Yeah, the district doesn't own very much land. We can't just give land to a developer because the one piece we own is undevelopable because it's up past the water tower up here. So we are looking at things like land swaps, maybe swapping with somebody else to get a piece of land that we can offer a developer to build on. The temporary use permit program that was put in place in my last term still exists. It's not ideal to have staff living in a camper van for the summer season, but that option is still there. If anybody needs to access it, just go down to the district office and apply.
I'd just like to make a comment on that, and I really love that that's an option, but for many of the restaurants, the service providers, for not-for-profits, we don't have land where we can put a camper van. And so I think it's one really good solution that is helpful, but for many of the other service industries, we need other solutions.
Yes, we understand that. I was just throwing that out there so people are aware that that does exist, that program. Comments from council? Councillor Anderson?
I've got a quick one. Yeah, we met and had a chance to talk, so I've heard these things, and yeah, we do take them incredibly seriously, and we've been working on them like a lot in the background, so you don't get to see it. And I can imagine you can think, are they doing anything? Because it is tough to see that. So we had a meeting earlier today with Josh Jenkins and the team from the Economic Development Committee, and in lieu of not having a housing authority like Tofino does, which maybe is something that we should be looking at for sure.
I'd be happy to be part of that if that's something that people want to develop.
Yeah, and in the meantime, connecting with someone like Josh, who's leading our Chamber of Commerce right now in economic development, we were just talking about some ideas today, and one of the important ones was actually brought up by Dennis Morgan from the brewery, Ucluelet Brewery, and he had a really good point, is that there's people that will come here that maybe don't understand the legal implication of what they're doing when they get a place, and then they get a place that doesn't have like a lease agreement or things like that. So one of the benefits of having that authority, obviously, is like educating people that come in. If you're like straight out of school and someone's like, hey, I've got a basement suite for you, and then they're like, oh, you got to go, we got an STR coming in, like that's illegal. But they might not know that and be like, oh, I just relinquished that place without knowing that I had rights. So one of the things we can do is we should be meeting together in lieu of not having that authority, and we can talk about that and set that up and have a place where employees can go to at least be educated in the meantime and figure out ways that they can protect themselves from this, because there are layers of protection, and it's brutal that we're in a situation where that does happen, where people don't have lease agreements. So it would be nice to have that. So like we could come in and talk to your group at the aquarium and be like, hey, by the way, when you're looking for a place, you have to have some sort of security in this situation. And then we can follow up, because there is federal, provincial, and municipal things we can do, but it has to have a proper beginning and a signature and things like that. So, but we can sit down and talk about that. And I think that would be a cool first step, and then move towards some facsimile of a housing authority.
Okay. Thank you.
Councillor Hoare? No. Councillor Mafty? Anything?
I hear you, Laura. I hear you, Sharon, and I share your frustration, and I share your experiences, the conversations that I've had with people in Ucluelet. You know, I talk to different people about different things. I don't think there's a single employer in Ucluelet that I've talked to that doesn't share these concerns. I don't think there's a single employee working in Ucluelet with whom I've spoken that doesn't share these concerns. And with all due respect for all of the hard work that, you know, council and district are doing behind the scenes to try to work with developers to try to figure out solutions, at the end of the day, that the reality is that right now we're not in a position where we can support our workers, where we can support our businesses, where we can support the people who work in our community. I hear you, and a lot of the comments that you made so eloquently are the ones that are constantly circling in the back of my mind, and we've got several items on tonight's agenda that I feel personally strongly informed, but by your comments and by Sharon's comments and by these universal sentiments when I consider how to vote one way or another. So thank you for coming, both of you, Sharon and Laura. And I know that you speak for a lot of people. It's not just the two of you. I know you speak for, like I said, every employer and employee that I've spoken with in this community.
Thanks, Councillor Mafti. I think we can move on now to we have one unfinished business item. It's 5.1 Development Permit 1671 Cedar Road, Whiskey Landing Phase 2. This report will be presented by the Director of Community Planning. After staff present, the applicant will have an opportunity to speak. Then members of the public will have an opportunity to comment on the proposed development variance permit. Welcome, Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. It'll just take me a minute here to share my screen. Okay. So we have a few development items on the agenda this evening, or this afternoon. So this first item is 1671 Cedar Road. It's a development permit for form and character and development variance permit as well. Council first saw this application back in March at its March 12th meeting. And so just a sort of brief overview for those in the audience. This is for a mixed commercial residential building that's being proposed of 23 units on the property that's highlighted in red, which was to be the second phase of the Whiskey Landing development that's next to the municipal wharf down at the foot of Main Street. But that property, it was to be a phase strata, but it's been separated off as the strata didn't proceed in phasing. So it's a separate neighboring parcel now, fee simple parcel, but with some coordination between the two, because the buildings were always, anticipated to have some sharing of servicing and whatnot. So it's a bit of a complicated site, as sort of shows in the agenda package. So here's you can see the existing Whiskey Landing building on the right of this image. These are some of the renderings that the applicant has provided, and on the new proposed building would be on the left. So it's a basically, people will recognize this view from Cedar Road. There's would be parking under the building at the ground level with some surface parking in the parking lot in front, and then 3.5 levels of units above that. As I said, 23 units in total. So at its meeting in March, Council had directed the applicant to provide a couple of missing pieces. One was a landscape plan for the application, and the other, which was really the crux of it, a determination from the Ministry of Environment on the validity of the what's called a certificate of compliance for the site, which dated back to 2002. The applicant has now provided both of those things, and has also submitted some civil engineering drawings in April as well. And so there's really 4 things covered in the report that's on the agenda for Council to consider. One is really just about context, because there's a number of things, the items to be addressed, like prior to a building permit, so that if a development permit is issued and the variances are issued, there are some things that can follow, so they don't need to necessarily happen now, but they're definitely in play. And those, as I mentioned, the engineering, we have some civil drawings now, access, water and sewer services. The storm drain is a key piece of that, because the storm drain currently is a municipal storm drain that crosses the site, and it's located beneath the proposed building. So working out a solution to that is something the engineers have raised. Confirming the fire access, registering some covenants and rights of way, and then cash in lieu for parking, because nine of the spaces, there's a deficit in the parking, but in the village green there can be a cash in lieu mechanism to pay for that. So that's sort of one of the items covered in the report. And then the other things, which are more, so the council decision components of this, are the development permit for form and character for the proposed building. And as noted, it really, whether the proposal, meets the DP guidelines completely hinges to a large degree on some confirmation from the applicant, but whether a waterfront walkway that's proposed is still part of their proposed development, because there's some contradictory information we've received. So the building, so this is a site plan showing the existing parking lot on the left-hand side of the image, and the new proposed parking, and this would be the lower level with the underground parking, if you will, or surface level parking. And so the beige line on the right side would be that waterfront walkway that is in the proposal and is shown in some of the renderings as well. And again, it's visible. This is the building is viewed on the right-hand side from the wharf. These are some great renderings that really, I think, give a good picture of what it would be. So over towards the right-hand side would be the gray with the panels in it, would be the parking level, but a walkway in front of that. And then a walkway through between the original Whiskey Landing building and this new building. Was part of the original proposal, but there was some indication that that's no longer part of it. So so really, if it's not part of that proposal, that really affects whether the application meets the guidelines that are in the official community plan for developments in the Village Green area. I added this slide. So the report mentions a number of the guidelines around maintaining views of the harbor, and so this is a little segment taken out of the OCP bylaw. Keeping access to the waterfront, access to the views of the waterfront, and there's the image that's on the sort of lower left there. Includes some view cones, suggested important places where having the public have the ability to either physically or at least visually maintain connection to the harbor is important, and one of those is directly across this site. So the building is quite a large building, and that if there's public access to get essentially beyond it, well, then there's full access to that harbor view, and if there isn't that public access, well, then it's really acts as a bit of a block. And then the other part, so that was the development permit. It sort of hinges on that question. And then the other is the development variance permit. The variances are really for, and I'll try and use a cursor here to highlight. Okay, my magic red dot's not showing up. So sorry, I seem to give me a second here. Okay, so the variances are the side yard interior setback, which is to be varied from 4.2 meters to 0 meters. I'm afraid, unfortunately, the cursor is a bit of white on white, so it's on essentially the edge of the property line immediately adjacent to the UHS plant. The second variance is a setback from the natural boundary of the ocean, which is set at normally 7.5 meters. This is really right on the boundary at 0. The front yard setback for an accessory building, which is on Cedar Road, that would be varied from 5 meters to 0. There's also a setback for a parking space from a lot line. The setback is 1.5 meters. It would be at 0 because really, that one is a bit of there's a property line in the middle of the existing parking lot, so the new parking lot would be essentially an adjacent piece of that. So it'd be a 0 setback between the two parts of the parking. And then the last one is the maximum height. The principal building is being proposed to raise it from 12 meters to 16.4 meters on this site. And I would note and highlight that development variance permit, we have given notice, and that is a piece that requires public input or an opportunity for public input. So council should provide that as part of this. And then the last portion of the report covers some discussion of uses, because the applicant has asked for council to consider their assertion that the zoning permits short-term rentals in all of the 23 units. And this is addressed starting on page 15 of the agenda, and I'd be happy to answer any questions on that. Because essentially the existing zoning, we've confirmed out of the 23 units, it would allow a maximum of 8 to be resort condos with short-term rentals in them, and the other 15 would be residential. But there's an alternative view of that the applicant, I think, has pursued, but we have confirmed that that's essentially what the zoning allows, and but the applicant should have an opportunity to address council as part of this process. I'd be happy to answer any questions, and as I said, for the variance, certainly an opportunity for public input would be necessary this time too.
Great, thank you, Mr. Gregg. Questions for staff from council?
Through the mayor, I got one. I'll start.
Councillor Kennington?
Typically, when we look at these variances for height and setbacks and there's usually a community benefit to these things. So, what are we getting for this give?
Through the mayor, I would. That's a good question to put to the applicant. And as I said, there's an unresolved question because we have some contradictory information. Their application they submitted included this waterfront walkway and access, an extension of the waterfront walkway from essentially Whiskey Dock in front of the existing Whiskey Landing and through, which is what our OCP shows. That's substantial. That in the public access and sort of the pedestrian access through and right in the center of town, that has some significant benefit. So I think confirming that may go a ways to answering that question, but I think that's also one for the applicant to perhaps reply to.
But beyond that walkway, is there anything else that you see that is a public benefit?
Through the mayor, the other piece of this is that there's a component of it, the zoning allows the majority of the building as housing. They are market housing units that would be purchased or rented, I suppose, as a secondary rental, but the zoning does have a cap on the density of the vacation rental use, so it would be a minimum of 2 and a maximum of 8 of the units could be used as a resort condo, and that the balance of it would be housing.
Thank you.
Could you just briefly explain why there can only be 8 nightly rental units in there?
That's my question.
Certainly, through the mayor. I'll share my screen again. Okay, here we have the right slide. So the CD4 Comprehensive Development 4 zone allows, this is the list of permitted uses, and you'll see the principal uses on this property are hotel, resort condo, mixed commercial, residential, and then a bunch of other stuff, marina, restaurant, neighborhood pub, retail, personal services, et cetera, which are really not proposed. What's being proposed is a mixed commercial residential building, and so that hinges on the definition of what that is, and I'll show you in a moment. But also there is a density caps on the lower right there under CD 4.3.1, the maximum number. Hotel and resort condo combined, 1 guest room or dwelling unit per 140 square meters of lot area. So given the lot area, that puts the cap at 8 maximum resort condo units. What's being proposed does not count as a hotel. There's no lobby and restaurant and all those things. So the other use there would be potentially is in that mixed commercial residential. The commercial component would be the resort condo. And so that's where the 8 unit cap falls.
Great, thank you. I stole your question, right?
Steal my question, but I can make another one. Right. I've read a couple of the emails back and forth, but this is a tough one to get my head around, and I think we get into the weeds here with the zoning, and it's a great explanation that you've got there. For the water, the walkway on the water line there, and the water lease transfer for public use, is there Is there what would preclude the proponent from doing that? Is there anything that would be difficult or strange for them to have to jump through, like that would preclude them from doing that? Like if there was like multiple sort of ownerships to that, like if it's DFO, if it's Crown Land, if it's something like that, like is there anything that keeps them from easily doing that?
Through the mayor, if what you mean is the transfer or the construction and permitting of it, because the two are combined, and
Right. So both.
I can explain that.
But yeah.
So the application that they made last April was a whole package around building this building. And as part of that, they suggested transferring the foreshore lease to the district, because currently it's privately held, but it's a lease over provincial crown foreshore. So the old marina piece that's in there is in a lease, just like the Whiskey Dock that we currently have a lease for. The district has, and so the permitting of a walkway over the foreshore, because the waterfront walkway would be partly on that riprap, which is over the lease area. Permitting for a private entity to do something like that can take years, DFO, provincial approval and whatnot. Permitting for a public body like a municipality for a trail or a walkway or that sort of thing can be much, much faster. So that was okay, here's a win-win. It's giving public access, and so that they were open to transferring that. And that was part of their application. Build this waterfront walkway, have public access, and if the district is involved, then getting the permitting of that could make it happen on a much better time frame. Recently, the owner applicant had given an indication in his correspondence that was not off the table. That changes things, and so that's one of the things in our recommendation is to just confirm which is it, because that may inform council's decision going forward.
Excellent, thank you.
Question?
Councillor Kennington?
Through the mayor, that provision, would that delay the construction of this building further while we wait for that, or can it proceed while that's in play?
Through the mayor, there could be a mechanism for it to go in parallel. That the sort of construction of a buildings, you'd want to design and engineer things along so they absolutely coordinate. But in terms of the time, it would be common to have some of those things happening in parallel, and certainly that could be arranged.
In some cases, we're asking for things to be constructed prior to advancement of a development, and in this case, if we're talking about years, well, that's the project.
And through the mayor, it for municipal purposes, it could happen much faster. But absolutely, there could be a guarantee that as long as it's, there's other examples of development where there's elements where there's security or some assurance that it will happen, but it doesn't have to happen at the same time. There may be aspects where if that walkway is part of, say, exiting for the building, excuse me, that it's necessary for fire purposes or meeting building code, exiting, they might have to be there for prior to occupancy or some temporary version to satisfy that. I'm not a code expert, but I'm just saying, like, there could be some things in the interim we'd have to do, but it certainly wouldn't need to hold up the construction of the building and the housing while approvals from the province are sought.
Thank you.
Councillor Anderson?
Oh, through the mayor, yeah. Is is there a potential misinterpretation of the zoning, or a better question is, what's the difference between the Whiskey Landing Phase 1 and Phase 2? Is it a contiguous zoning? Is it the exact same situation, or is there differences between the two?
Through the mayor, it's the same zoning at the point in time, and how it was permitted and set up was, I think, very different. But it is the same CD4 zone. It was put in place. There were a number of things that were put in place, for that development. I think, yes, there is a difference of understanding. This question of the uses and what the zoning requires, we have discussed it at length with the applicant, and agreed to seek a legal opinion on which clarified and confirmed how we've been looking at it. But there may still be some difference of opinion there.
Thank you.
Doesn't Phase 1 have, the vast majority of those units are nightly rentals?
And through the mayor, I don't have a count for you. I mean, it can be both. We've focused on the proposal that's in front of us. The phase one is different in that it has quite a different commercial component on the ground floor. Originally, it was more of a hotel type operation that was anticipated, I think, as sort of a boutique hotel. But this really what we focused our analysis on is the proposal in front of you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Mafty, anything from you?
No, I've been following this as it's rolled out. This is something that predates my involvement in council, and it's something that's been in the background the whole time that I've been on council. It's thorny. I've both sides of it. I think I have to commend Mr. Greg on a very thorough presentation. I don't have any questions at this time. I think it's it's just a question of trying to understand how all the pieces fit together, and I think the report that we were provided does a really good job of summarizing where we're at today.
Great, thank you. If there are no other questions for staff, would the applicant like to address council?
I'm a lot shorter, but I suppose that's the norm for Mr. Craig. Doug Cole is our architect that's involved, and I think he's made it overflow parking. So thank you to everyone and to council. I appreciate the opportunity to speak today. My name is Fawn Ross, and I am the representative for the applicant for this site and for this project. I'll double my thanks to any of you who made it through the entire agenda package in preparation for this. In interest of celebrating the small successes and the common ground, I'd also like to thank staff for recommending that the variances and the development permit be approved. So we appreciate the effort and the confrontation that's caused in the process. At the end of the day, whatever is decided to be done on this site must be done within the bounds and the standard processes for the provincial acts and the municipal bylaws. For reasons that I'm happy to go into, the conditions that are put on the recommendation for support don't allow any of us to support them the way that they are structured. It's correct that the site is complicated, the zoning is old, and it has been in place and complicated for the entire time that it's existed. The issues become that over the years that it has been in place, the 25 years, it has never been rezoned by the district or anyone else. So the standards that were put in place and the original intent of the bylaw still stands. It complicates how the problems that are brought up can be resolved. Majority of the variances that are in place are in response to the agreements that were required in order for the separation of those phase 2 lands. So as mentioned, it was originally planned to be this one big development across both properties, and the 2 buildings were intended to be attached, and it was this extension over top of both sites. As part of the agreements with phase 1 owners at the time the subdivision was made, the requirement was that the buildings not be attached. So that required the shifting of the footprint from where it was over to the side to allow that component to be in place. As far as the requirement for the public access and whatnot, again, as part of that, the request from staff at the time was to ensure that public access across the waterfront was maintained or was established, because at this point in time there was nothing that gave public access to the walkways or anything around that. So as part of that, and currently registered on title, and Ian, to your question about what's done already, that's registered on both titles for Whiskey Landing and for our site, that public access is maintained and established there now. That wasn't part of the package before. We have come prepared to answer any and all of your questions tonight, and but there's an insufficient amount of time in 10 minutes or less to address all things considering the waterfront and or the zoning. So we're happy and willing to spend as much time as you want on it. The other alternative is for everyone to remember that this is just the form and character development permit. So an option is to remove the conditional terms that are attached to the resolution, support the variances and the permits, knowing that if those conditions are found to be viable and supported, they can be applied to the building permit. So that's one option that's in place in the interest of time management. So it is, I'm going off script here a little bit. It's a mistake, I think, for the community as a whole to assume that all developers are incapable of understanding the values of the communities that we work in or being part of the solutions that are at play. I was listening to Laura and everyone else in the community. The problems are widespread, to say the least, and they are damaging everyone's quality of life. Not all developers are created equally, but those of us that specialize in long-term planning are developing altruistic plans that for communities and development projects that far outlive us. We're working on 75 and 100-year time frames versus the 2 to 5 that until the recent provincial changes have come into place, communities run on. So we work in multiple municipalities, we work in solving problems, and we work with community members. So I just caution you not to assume that we can't be part of the solution in the process. As to the walkway waterfront, yes, it was part of the original application and we would have loved to provide that as part of it. The ownership across that section of the foreshore is very complicated. You have the district owning part of the water lease, the owners of Whiskey Landing owning part of it, a small portion is on ours, and then there is this 40-meter chunk that was missed in the original survey. So everyone assumed that the lot went right to the water edge. Just kidding, 40 meters is Crown land. So we cannot proceed with the installation as a private entity with the walkway that's there. The process and timing, even to do it with the district holding the water lease or the transfer in that process, is estimated by the province to be a 2-year process. So we met with consultants and we met with the district and provincial representatives as a means of determining what that process could look like to put it in. And the province determined that it could only be done with being held by the district and with a complete design in place and moving forward in a 2-year span. So we were willing to take that on in the lead up to application. The staff were supportive of that and willing, and we're going to take it forward to the Harbour Authority for the next meeting. But once application went in, all communication on the subject was dropped. So we tried numerous times to re-engage and have documentation along those lines, and tried again, and we couldn't get the staff's attention to get there. So come June of last year, we said we can't proceed without the information that's required and the engagement of the district. And it was recommended that we take it out of the application. So at that point, we have not heard anything on it again until this report to council. As far as the zoning, the real issue is in the definitions and the glossary terms of the types of uses that allow dwelling units within that area. So mixed commercial residential, resort condo, hotel, they are all a building type under your current glossary terms. That means that you cannot split the zoning to one unit or another within the building. It is all one use. So that's where the issue comes into play with how staff have structured the conditions, is that it's on a unit for unit basis and there's no secondary use that can be applied. So the concept that it's a residential building that allows some resort condos or a resort condo that allows some residential doesn't work within the wording of the regulations. And we cannot agree to terms that work outside of the Local Government Act. I mean, we just can't agree to things that are set up to get around what is required of a rezoning. So we have always and are still remain willing to work with council to determine what's best for the site and the community, but we can't do that in a vacuum, and we can't do it when the expectations are what they have been on us here. Again, this is just the form and character, and there is a long way to go in building permit and conditional applications. And so my request is that we table the water front requirements, and we table the determination of those unit use until such time that council can be educated into the nuance of effects there and understand how it impacts the community as a whole. My last statement would be it doesn't, in doing that, you're not restricted in adding those at any point later, so it doesn't prevent you from adding it as we go along.
All right, thank you for your comments. Would deferring a decision not just put this project on hold even longer?
Pardon me. I am not asking for the decision to be deferred, just the removal of those specific conditions that have been built into the resolution. So right now, staff have recommended the support for the variances and for the development permit, but have added the conditional requirements of confirming that we will install the walkway, which is in many ways out of our control, and that we'll commit to restrictions on what is currently allowed in the zoning.
I'm just reading through the recommendations here. Hold on. So the recommendation 1 in our package authorizes the issuance of the DP for the construction of a 23-unit multi-unit residential building on the property at 1671 Cedar Road, containing a mixed commercial residential use with a minimum of 15 residential units and up to 8 resort condo units. And that's where it would stop, because the remainder of that recommendation is referring to the foreshore lease and the pedestrian walkway.
My recommendation would be to alter it to say that council authorize the issuance of development permit for construction of a 23 dwelling unit building at 1671 containing the mixed commercial residential use, period.
And so take out the minimum of 15 residential units and up to 8 resort condo units. I think staff wanted the units to be identified so that the 8 that are short-term rentals would be identified as these specific units, rather than just blanketing it and saying 15 residential units and up to 8 resort condo units, because it would be really hard to track who is renting nightly and who is not.
Yes. And so, again, this goes back to the fact that zoning has not been updated in the 25 years that exists. And when there is uncertainty in what is allowed in a zone, you default back to looking at the precedents that's set now and what the original intent of the bylaw allows. So because this site is, crunchy and complicated, it was also after the construction of phase 1, the district itself was sued over issues that led to the foreclosure on that project. Even within the documentation for that, the district took the position that they were not liable because all of the units were allowed to have the flexibility of the nightly and residential use. And so I'm not saying that we are unwilling to negotiate or to work on what that looks like, but we can't go against what the legal intent is referenced as on the site and apply a use that isn't specific to mixed commercial residential. So the zone is very specific that there is no secondary use. That means you can't have a mixed commercial building that then has resort condo restrictions applied to it.
I'm going to look to staff for a comment on this. And I know we did get a legal opinion on this particular issue.
Through the mayor, it's not necessarily a matter of it's not a matter of precedent or legal intent. It's what the bylaw reads and what the bylaw allows, which is the local law that was adopted. No, it hasn't changed since it was adopted some years ago. We did have a discussion with the applicant, and you'll see on page 53 of your agenda in their application, they state that the uses would comply with the CD4 zoning, but what does that mean? Because in their minds, as you can see, it means something quite different than what the bylaw actually allows. So the municipal solicitors did give us a legal opinion, and based on the arguments that were put forth by the applicant to say, here's why we think it should allow this commercial tourist accommodation and it should be throughout. And the municipal solicitors, their opinion was, no, they're reading something into the zoning that doesn't exist. So the recommendation of Malfin when issuing a development permit, we sort of state what is the development that's being permitted. Certainly it doesn't hurt to echo what those uses are, certainly for a future buyer or somebody who's looking at, getting into the building. You don't want to have any surprises. Hopefully that's all disclosed, but really the way the zoning is written with that cap on the 1 unit per 140 square meters of site area, yes, there could be a situation where the building is built and 8 people come in and get business licenses for their vacation rentals, and the person number 9 who comes in is surprised and is shocked. We want to be totally upfront and explicit about what the zoning actually allows. So that's where we're at, and why the recommendation is written. As for putting off to another day or maybe at building permit stage, the question around the waterfront access, we would recommend that council seek clarity on that before issuing a development permit for form and character, simply because if it's not part of the total package that's being approved, that certainly affects how the building or the total development would impact the public realm and meet or not meet the guidelines which are adopted in the OCP bylaw.
Okay. Comments from council?
I'm just going to say that I spent a ridiculous amount of time digging into this because it is so complex, and I do have a background in this. And my conclusion is that the bylaw as interpreted by our planning department is correct. And I didn't take this lightly. I literally spent 4 hours and I cut and paste each excerpt from definitions, from zoning, cross-referenced it to my own experiences dealing with similar projects, and they all check out. If we were to defer this project to be, if we can't split the zoning, then I would lean towards 100% residential and no STR. So, given that we're giving up so much as far as our view corridors and potentially not getting a waterfront trail, I don't see any other benefit to it. But really, all I'm saying is that I agree with the zoning, and I think it stands, and the legal opinion is coming back. Like, there's no indication that what's being contested has any validity. I can't get there. I can't get to the point where I can side with the applicant on the interpretation of that bylaw, because I just can't. I can't do it. It doesn't work.
Other comments from council? Councillor Anderson?
Yeah, this is one of the most complicated ones I think we've done, and again, I've had to reach out to multiple people to ask questions about this one. It's definitely difficult, but I think at the end of the day, the most you're right. If there's a bylaw, we have to stick to the rule of that bylaw, and the interpretation of that bylaw is there could be a bit of wiggle room, but on this one, it seems fairly black and white, and I don't want to be remiss in making a decision that comes back to bite us later. And so yeah, I'm in the same boat.
Sure, go ahead.
I would just like to set a few things for the record so that it's clear at what we're talking about here. So the impacts are not applicable to just our building, and this is where we have been very diligent of being clear that we are not impacting Whiskey Landing in the process. To assume that there is that only resort condo use applies to the zone as a whole and to mixed commercial residential prevents anyone in one of the residential units from living in their current housing. Clearly, nobody wants that to be the case. Similarly, if we put restrictions in place that aren't supported by the historical documentation, then you're in a position where you're limiting the businesses that are already functioning within that unit. In the time that we have put in our application, we have never altered from what that is or our transparency in providing any documentation that's requested of us. And yet we have been given 6 different interpretations of the bylaw by the staff, and to the point where nobody can function in that system. You know, there was no issue with what was proposed for the zoning, and then just prior to application, we were told no residential housing was allowed within it. It could only be short term. When we were directed by the staff to directly remove any reference of the principal use from the documentation. Upon doing so, we were ridiculed for it and told only 3 could be resort condo, and then 8 only resort condo. And then we're back to we are multifamily residential, which is not allowed within the zone. And then we're back again to only 8 being allowed. So regardless of what the community wants, we're willing to work with you. But interpretations of zoning is not to be altered by who is applying the regulations at the time and or which property it extends to. A zone is supposed to be objective in its application, and that's not what's at play here. We have been put under a microscope on the from the staff on the fact of we've heard that one more short-term rental is too many. It's people like us that have caused evictions of staff, that we are unwilling and can't understand the community and should care about the people that are here. That's not the case. We're asking to have clear conditions that are laid out and that fit within the regulations. If you want it rezoned, that is an option that's before you. But forcing it through conditions that are not supported by the regulations just aren't at play. And again, to change the use of any of the resort condo definitions or residential or mixed commercial to not be building specific, which is what's required to do what the staff are doing, affects every zone that those are in, not just us. So our option to wait until you guys understand and that the ramifications for the decisions can be made clear isn't made lightly or without consideration. This isn't bouncing it down the road. This is giving time for you to make an educated decision on what the impact is. If you give us the approvals as I requested, what's worst case is that you have more dwelling units that are built, and then it's defined as being residential and or flexible afterwards. All that does is allow us to provide the details and information that you're asking for in the design. You have all the options to implement that at a later date.
So back to the rezoning option, that would be at the discretion of the owner of the property to apply for a rezoning, which is absolutely a possibility. Is that something that he wishes to pursue?
The position has always been that we are willing to work with council to work out what works for the community. We are unwilling to do it under forced systems that don't fit within the regulations. So talk to us. Talk to us about what you want as the community versus the forced changes and held back of information.
Well, we seem to be going around in circles. I can see removing the foreshore lease restrictive covenant out of the recommendation because of how you described how long a process that would be. But I cannot see taking out the minimum 15 residential units and up to 8 resort condo units, because what we don't want is 23 resort condo units.
I fully agree that there should not be 23 resort condo units there. That is not what the goal is. And in fact, that was the recommendation of staff, and we fought against that on the grounds that it didn't fit with any of the conditions or the housing needs of the community. So if you cannot support the removal of both to give us all time to work out what that can look like, then I request that you vote down the resolution and leave it to a later date. We just, none of us can commit to things that aren't supported within the glossary and the terms that, as they're presented in the bylaw.
Okay, we have another option to defer a decision, which sounds like that's the most logical thing to do at this point. I don't want to delay this project forever, but I think we need to come to some common ground here between the district and the owner. So would someone like to move option B? Oh,
Can I just ask one really quick question before we do that?
sure.
I realize there are a lot of moving parts here. I just want to touch on a point that both Councillor Kennington, Mayor McEwen, and Ms. Ross brought up in the last little bit here about the number of STRs. And I'm hoping to ask Ms. Ross, how many STRs do you want?
Honestly, Mark, I don't have a direct answer for that at this point in time. I can say that there are lots of options on the table and that we're willing to discuss all of them with you as council and come up to a number that you and I are both satisfied with. We're not coming in with any hard and set number on what that looks like. And we haven't been given an opportunity to resolve that outside of this. We have tried so many times to set meetings to resolve this in advance and have been routinely turned down and told that it needs to be here in the public forum. So we're open to suggestions and we're open to working with you, and we just can't do it in a forced method.
May I suggest?
No, I understand that, and I appreciate your frustration. I really, truly, honestly do. But because this is a public forum, because we are all here, this is why I just wanted to ask. And the reason that I did ask is because you yourself just said, well, we don't want all of these units to be STRs. And I'm wondering, is there a minimum number? Is there a number that you can put to it? Would you accept 0 STRs? Does it have to be 50%? Like where are you coming in as the proponent in terms of how many STRs you would like in this project?
Yeah, I understand the question and I don't have a direct answer for you on it. It's really a matter of how we can work within it that works for everyone. So I'm not dodging the question. I'm not trying to move the target. I just honestly don't have an answer for you on what that looks like.
Thank you.
Through the mayor, may I suggest, 8 STR units and 15 residential units? If you're asking for suggestions and what the community is asking for, the intent of the OCP and the zoning was exactly that. Whether you don't agree with that, if you're asking for a number, we can use that as a baseline because it's kind of what's in the zoning.
Kind of in the zoning is not the same as in the zoning.
It's in the zoning.
It is. It's not enforceable from the zoning, Ian. It's reflected in the OCP, but an OCP is a planning document. I cannot stand here and speak for the applicant and confirm one or the other. I cannot do that. I can provide the documentation and the legal support to show that it's flexible in the unit that it is, and I can request that you vote it down, and I can offer to come to the table and work with you guys, but I can't commit to things that aren't reflected in the zoning. We've shared with you the documentation on that, and with all due respect, assuming that the density caps for one use apply to another, I don't know how you get there.
I know how I get there. I get there by reading the zoning bylaw and the definitions attached to it, and it's very clear. There's like less than 100 words here. I don't know where you're coming from on this.
Well, the resort, it's not a resort and hotel. It's not.
It's a mixed commercial residential.
Correct.
Which is a combination of commercial uses that are otherwise permitted within the zone on any story, including commercial tourist accommodation. Uses not on the first story. And so the key here is a combination of commercial uses, which include commercial tourist accommodation, which includes resort condo, and residential uses, which are very clear that those are absent and exclude commercial tourist accommodation. So it's very clear to me in the zoning that we have a combination of two different uses, much like you would a mixed commercial residential building that had a dentist office or a corner store on the bottom. You can't say that's a split zoning. It's almost identical.
I think we'll let Mr. Gregg have a word since he's standing there.
Through the mayor, I just, as our manager of corporate services has reminded me, I need to remind council as well, there's a variance, the development variance permit, which we've given notice for. So as all of this moves forward, allowing people to speak to the variance is a necessary thing. Even if if it were to be deferred, it would be good to give people a chance to actually speak to the variance. We've had some written communication, but should be an opportunity to be heard on that as well. I would also say with the uses, as has been discussed with the owner of the building, since he purchased the property some 5 or 6 years ago, I believe, an application to rezoning is an option for the developer to pursue, but they've chosen not to. They've been very coy about what the uses would be. They've provided all kinds of arguments, but we've provided clarity, including agreeing to take their arguments and get a legal opinion which clarified what the zoning allows. And so rezoning application is definitely an option at any time, but they've chosen not to make that application. So this is a development permit for form and character, really based on the existing zoning. And I think that part is fairly clear. As for the waterfront walkway, I guess the question is really if there is no commitment to that, then the question is does it meet the guidelines, or does it need to be reconsidered how the building is designed? So because it could be approved, we're recommending that some clarity from the developer on whether that public access is part of their proposal or not would certainly, I think, be appropriate.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. So if there's no other questions from council, just checking? No? Okay. Are there any members of the public attending in person that would like to provide input on Development Variance Permit 24-07? This relates to the property at 1671 Cedar Road, and it's to do with all those setbacks that Mr. Gregg explained. No one that's here in person wants to speak to those? Are there any members of the public attending by Zoom or telephone that would like to provide input on the development variance permit? Click the raise hand icon if you would like to provide input by Zoom, and *9 if you would like to provide input by telephone. We'll just give everybody a minute. We're just in a process right now, so just give me a minute.
I see no hands raised.
And did you want to speak in person? Yes. You have to go up to the mic. Yeah. And just your name and address, please.
Oh, Jesus. Sophie, 1054 Helen Road. I guess my question is, the variances we saw essentially would be to extend the building permit to the limits that were described in those variances. And one of them was regarding, I guess, the waterfront. So it was the variances to extend to a limit of 0 meters in order to build a walkway. Now that the walkway is out of the question, I guess, does that mean that variance is no longer required?
I'll get Mr. Gregg to respond, please.
Through the mayor, to be clear, the building is essentially at what's called the natural boundary of the sea or the ocean, which is where the private property ends and the marine foreshore begins. And quite a bit of that is covered with riprap right now along the shoreline. So the waterfront walkway would be sort of over that crown foreshore. I'm not sure if the walkway is in the proposal or not. We don't have that clarity yet, but the variance would really be to allow that setback to be reduced from 15 meters to 0 to allow that building as it's located on the site plan, which is really as close to the water as it could get. I hope that helps.
Great question, actually. Thank you. Are we allowing input through community input? Has anyone written into that?
So I'll just note that we have the late items that came in on the agenda, and Nancy's going to read 3 emails that we've received. Is that right? How many emails do you have?
We have 3.
3 emails that we received since we published the late agenda.
Oh, okay, great.
Yeah. You do the first one, I'll do the second one.
And so this email came in from Jesse Kroll. Is there in fact an architect involved in this project? CAIBC reference number 1. And if there is an architect involved in this project, then why is their title block and seal absent from the documents package? CAIBC reference number 2. Reference number 1, architect regulations, reserved practice of architecture. Buildings requiring an architect by law should not be allowed to proceed through design panel applications, community engagement processes, or permit applications, whether rezoning, development permit, or building permit without an architect involvement. AIBC reference number 2, Bulletin 61, seal of an architect, all drawings issued by an architect for approval by an authority or for reliance by a client or third party, including the general public, must be sealed. This includes drawings submitted for rezoning, development permit, including such processes as development permission, preliminary plan approval, etc., design panel review, community presentation, building permit, tender, construction, working drawings, addenda, and drawings accompanying change orders, change directives, and site instructions. More information with a link. Kind regards, Jesse Kroll.
I'll do the next one. Lucky for me, this is much shorter. Jamie Bray, Mayor and Council. As owner of Jamie's Whaling at 168 Fraser Lane, I don't really have a problem with this variance. However, it seems to me there are a lot of variances here for one project, which may open a can of worms for future developments. Adding 4 meters onto the height will definitely impact future development further uphill. Just my thoughts. Regards, Jamie Bray, owner, Jamie's Whaling Station, Ucluelet.
And the third message is from Rhino Del Zoppo. Dear Mayor, Council, and staff, I am Rhino Del Zoppo, owner of 308 1645 Cedar Road, Ucluelet, and I wish to provide feedback on the following application and noting the application number DVP 2407, Whiskey Landing Development. I have concerns about these 2 specific variance requests. A minimum side yard interior setback for the principal building of 0.0 meters, whereas section CD 4.6.1 parentheses 1 parentheses C of the zoning bylaw indicates a minimum of 4.2 meters, and I am concerned this will only leave about 9 feet between the buildings, which I feel may not be enough room for emergency access and any maintenance that may have to happen to the Whiskey Landing building. I am also concerned about the covered walkway proposed for the same reason. There is also a concern with privacy, with one balcony very close to an existing Whiskey Landing unit. A minimum setback for the principal building from the natural boundary of the ocean of 0.0 meters, whereas section 306.2 parentheses 1 parentheses A of the zoning bylaw indicates a minimum of 7.5 meters. I am concerned about the environmental impact being so close to the water, especially if work needs to be done in the water to make the proposed public boardwalk happen. I would support a variance of lesser amount, perhaps. I will add that I feel the look of the building is not in keeping with the environment and surrounding buildings. Thank you for your time. Rhino Del Sopo, sorry.
Thank you. So I guess we're at the point of making a recommendation. Okay. Just confirming, Mr. Gregg, if recommendation 1 is changed to B, for example, then is recommendation 2 obsolete?
Through the mayor, I'd suggest if the intent was to defer or reject 1, they would go hand in hand. The variances are for the building that's being proposed. And I would just also note, again, keep our manager of corporate services happy. The second recommendation, if council is moving that second motion, the part that's in the brackets about subject to public comment is not necessary to be part of the motion. Having now received public comment.
Thank you. Nothing further, Mr. Rotenberg? Okay. What would council like to do?
Why don't I do it at 5, or sorry, B, and then go from there?
Okay.
Unless, what are you thinking?
Ugh, I'm thinking I need a drink. Not an alcoholic one, just.
I'm sorry, I can't hear. If it looks like
Sorry.
Councillor Kennington's speaking, but I can't hear anything.
Nothing worth
He
repeating.
didn't. He needs a drink.
Yeah. I just drew on my face.
Yeah.
I wish this was a lot tidier. None of these seem nobody's going to be happy with any of these. Like, and I wonder, like, are we just kicking this can down the road and creating, more staff time and we have other projects that have greater community benefit that we need to be working on. So, like, what's the quickest resolution we can come to here? And I guess a deferral is so that they can work it out, however they're going to work it out, because these questions are too big for council to decide with only 3 days to digest a 500-page agenda and come to a reasonable conclusion, because the stakes are high. So whatever that is in here.
So yeah, it does seem like it could be a galactic miscommunication here, and I don't want to make the mistake of setting a precedent here for a misinterpretation of a bylaw. So I think it needs some fresh eyes and potential to come up with some like alternative solutions here moving forward. That I don't think we have time right now to do this. So I'm gonna take a stab at B. I have a question for Mr. Gregg. At the bottom line for the suggested motion in B, that's an F, not an I.1. It's an F1.1. Is that correct? And you'll have to apologize that I hadn't memorized the OCP.
No, that would be, there's that, yes, F1.1 would be understood.
Cool. I'll go ahead with that.
Yes, please.
Yeah. I'll move the council defer a decision on DP 23-04 for 1671 Cedar Road and indicate to the applicant that they should revise the proposal to address the applicable OCP development permit area guidelines, particularly guidelines F2, F8, F1.1, F1.2, F1.3, F1.4, and F1.6.
Thank you, Councillor Anderson. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second it.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion?
I just heartily agree that this is very complicated, and I think it's best if we get everybody in a room and have a conversation.
I think that's appropriate.
I have spent many hours reading through the correspondence between the planning department and Ms. Ross, and I'm no further ahead than I was many hours ago. So we have a motion and a seconder. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries. Thank you.
Can we take a 5
Break.
minute?
So just to be clear, Mr. Gregg, number 2 is a moot point now, correct?
Through the mayor, essentially, yes, that's deferred as well. That could come back if there were some new information, and that essentially if the development permit becomes alive, and if it were with the same plans needing the same variances, then that
Right.
could come back.
Okay, thank you for that. So we're going to take a 5-minute bio break and resume at 5:58. Let's just call it 6. Let's resume at 6. I will make that motion that we take a 5-minute break.
I'll second.
Councillor Anderson seconds. All in favor? None opposed. That carries. Thank you. Okay, we're going to bring this meeting back to order at 6:03. And we will now conduct a public hearing on District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1344, 2024. This bylaw relates to bed and breakfasts in single-family residential areas. As provided for in the Local Government Act, Council is required to hold a public hearing before adopting a zoning bylaw, an official community plan bylaw, or amendments thereto, unless a public hearing is prohibited by the Local Government Act or waived by Council in accordance with that Act. Please note we cannot receive input on bylaw numbers 1341, 1345, and 1346, as public hearings are prohibited by the Local Government Act on these bylaws. At the conclusion of this hearing, it will be closed. Once the public hearing is closed, Council cannot accept further communications or presentations from the applicant or public respecting the proposed bylaw unless Council decides to hold an additional public hearing. Please note there will be no decisions made during this hearing, and Council is under no obligation to enter into debate on any issue. Council will consider bylaw number 1344, 2024 after the public hearing is closed. The purpose of this hearing is to hear from the public before third reading of the bylaw. Council may consider amending the proposed bylaw based on input received at this public hearing. At a public hearing, all persons who deem their interest in property affected by the proposed bylaw will be given an opportunity to be heard, or to present written submissions on matters contained in the bylaw. However, all who speak must restrict their comments to the subject bylaw, and it is my responsibility to ensure that all remarks are so restricted. You'll have 5 minutes to address Council for the first time. I will advise you at the 4-minute mark, or my corporate officer will advise us at the 4-minute mark, and when your time is up. After everyone has spoken once, those wishing to speak again will have an opportunity. After hearing submissions from members of the public, Council may ask questions to clarify what has been said. However, this is not a Q&A session or a town hall meeting. To maintain an atmosphere that is respectful of all points of view, it is important for the audience to refrain from applauding or cheering for speakers. Today, members of the public can participate in person or electronically. All speakers must state their name and address. Mr. Rotenberg?
Okay, now I'm going to outline how it is you can participate, whether it's in person or electronically. The subject zoning amendment bylaw, related materials, and the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw and District of Ucluelet official community plan are available for review at my desk. Actually, they're at the desk over here, and they're over here right beside Mr. Grigg. As the mayor said, the public may they're also available on the district's website, which is ucluelet.ca. As the mayor said, the public may participate in this hearing in person, by phone, by Zoom, or by email to communityinput@ucluelet.ca. To speak in person, raise your hand when the mayor calls for you in-person speakers. The mayor will call on you when it's your turn to speak. Please speak from the mic at the podium so the folks that are at home can hear you as well. To speak by phone, press *9 when the mayor calls for speakers calling in. When it's your turn, the clerk will call on you by the last 3 digits of your phone number. Press *6 to unmute yourself. If you're on Zoom, please use your first and last name so we know who to call on. Any unpublished emails about the bylaw received at communityinput@ucluelet.ca before the end of the public hearing will be read into the record. So emails that have already been published as part of the late agenda or as part of the regular agenda will not be read again. Will not be read at all, excuse me. Please put the bylaw number in the subject line and keep your emails short so we're not reading forever. Published correspondence will not be read. For further details about how to participate by Zoom, telephone, or email, please visit ucluelet.ca/public hearings.
Thank you, Mr. Rotenberg. I now declare the public hearing for District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1344, 2024 open. The Director of Community Planning will now provide a brief overview of the proposed bylaw. After the Director speaks, I will call 3 times for public input. Mr. Grigg, welcome back.
Thank you. The purpose, in general terms, of District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1344, 2024 is to amend the District of Ucluelet zoning bylaw number 1160, 2013, to remove certain regulations to bed and breakfast accessory uses in single-family residential areas. The proposed changes to the zoning bylaw would delete subsection 404.17, removing the requirement to provide a continental breakfast. It would delete subsection 404.18, removing the requirement for guest access to be through the main entry of the home. It would delete subsection 404.19, removing the prohibition to use exterior doors as the principal entrance and exit of the bed and breakfast. And last, it would delete the subsection 404.110, which would remove the prohibition to lock the bed and breakfast off from the common area of the rest of the home. So that, in a nutshell, is it. To be really clear, because we've had some questions, this amendment bylaw number 1344, if passed, would not remove or change other regulations of bed and breakfast uses in residential areas. It would still be required that a bed and breakfast use is accessory to a permanent residential use. It would still need to be in the operator's principal residence, and would still not be permitted in a secondary suite or an area formerly used as a secondary suite. Those are all part of the B&B regulations, and those are unchanged. It's really the 4 items that are on the screen ahead of you. Those would be removed if this zoning amendment were passed. That's it.
Does council have any questions for staff? Nope, pretty clear. Okay, thank you, Mr. Gregg. We are now moving on to the public input section of this public hearing. This is my first call for speakers. Are there any members of the public attending in person who wish to address this bylaw? Please raise your hand. Yes, please go to the microphone, state your name and address. Someone had to go first.
I wrote a letter too, so I'll just try to get out of the way. I'll start off. I'm in favor of 1344. I know that's not popular.
Did you give your name and address?
Oh, sorry. I'm Charlie Ballantyne. I live at 1346 Edwards Place. I'm here. I'm a proponent for 1344. And full disclosure, I have me and my wife live here full round, year round, and we have an Airbnb unit that's out of our house. It was there when we purchased it. We haven't displaced anyone or anything, and it's actually the reason that we can afford to live in Ucluelet. I'm no stranger to the issues of being a seasonal resident and housing, not being able to afford and find housing. Actually, when I first moved to Tofino 12 years ago, I was a surf instructor at Pacific Surf School, and I lived out of my Jetta at the dump. And there was a decade of living in tourist towns around BC, bouncing from one unit to the other until I was actually moved in with my parents at the start of COVID because I couldn't find a place to live. And me and my wife moving to Ucluelet and buying a house was one of the biggest investments that we've ever made, one of the most exciting things that we've done. And we can really afford to live here because of the STR zoning that we had under before 1310 came in place. I'm here today. I'm a big proponent of affordable housing. I think we need sustainable housing solutions in the town. Mark Mafty, in the April council meeting that I was a part of, talked about his kids and how he wants equal opportunity. He wants a place for them to live. He wants them to be able to afford a house here. Me and my wife also want to raise kids here, and we want the same thing. And I think that the biggest thing that separates communities that have housing for future generations and communities that don't is opportunity. 1310 really affects 49 families in our community, and if you were here in April, you would know that those family members, they're young families, they're young couples like us. They're really the people that are struggling to get into the market and have found ways to kind of hustle our way into it. If you're someone on the outskirts of that, I totally understand. I was there just a couple of years ago, and I really feel for you. But we're here for the long haul, and we love living in Ucluelet. It's a really rad place to live. And so, my kind of points here are just that around 1310 and 1344 is really just to remove the 1310 bylaw that came into place a couple of years ago, it didn't really affect any housing, unfortunately, until the province got rid of lawful nonconforming. So lawful nonconforming, if you don't know, it was a bylaw to protect people that had established businesses and had invested in the community, and they got rid of that with regards to STRs, and it put the 49 families that currently have legal nonconforming units at risk of losing our businesses. So for where I stand, I just see 1310 is it's a really strange law. It creates a lot of regulations around how to build that are kind of weird, to be honest. They also don't reflect how people travel nowadays and what our guests expect in terms of privacy and what they want to see when they come to Ucluelet. And the biggest thing is that it takes money out of families that live in Ucluelet that are here year round, and it gives them to investors and developers and people that want to come here and build STR specific units. As I'm speaking today, the families like me that are going to lose our units, there's actually still STR only zoned communities in Ucluelet. Terrace Beach, the cabins, places that have kitchens could fully be open to people living there. But we're not talking about those. We're talking about families that live here year round and operate B&Bs out of their principal residence. So I think it's pretty cut and dry. Like, we got to start somewhere, and I don't think 1310 is, or 1344, removing 1310 is the end of the equation. But I do think it's the start, and it provides security for people like me that live in the community, that operate small businesses here, without doing really any harm to the community owners that are looking for housing. And 1310 doesn't solve the issue of seasonal residents and the influx of seasonal residents that we have that come in May and June this time of year. We love them. They're part of our community and they make this place run, but it really does put a huge strain on housing for long-term locals and people that want to live here year round. 1310 doesn't solve that issue. It just takes money out of the pockets of people that live here and run small businesses and puts in the hands of luxury condo owners, out-of-town investors and developers. And so that's why I'm for 1344. And I think it's the first step in terms of protecting local residents and moving towards like real practical solutions to this issue.
Thank you for your comments, and thanks for going first. We won't question you, it's okay. Is anyone else in attendance that would like to speak? Yes, please go to the podium.
Sorry, I'm nervous.
Second's good too.
Hi, my name's Robin Mayer. I'm 1821 Cedar Grove Place. We are the proud owners of Sleepy Bear Guest House. And we bought our place in 2019. It is our main source of income for our family. We have 2 small kids, and I'm also the owner of Mint Cleaning. Many of you know, a business in town. And so these bylaws would force people, our guests, to tromp through our house. They would lose their own access. Our guests would have to, enter, which makes no sense for our family, for privacy and security. So these bylaws then would have to shut us down. Our house isn't affordable, so someone else would have to buy our house from out of town. It doesn't solve the housing crisis. And then we would be unhoused, and our family would be unhoused, and then we would have to leave the community, and then it only exacerbates the problem. So I don't think the burden of the housing should fall on the 49 families that contribute to this community. If anything, it would shut down every short-term rental, and then the tourism that we also rely on would fall in the hands of some outside investor building a hotel, and then so all that money comes out of the family. So that's all I have to say. Thank you so much.
Thanks for your comments. Anyone else in attendance that would like to speak? Yes, at the back.
My name is Chris Johnston, and along with my wife Carolyn, we own and operate 378 Marine Drive Guest House, a property that we bought back in 2019. We took 1,700 square foot of undeveloped or unrenovated use in that house. It was there wasn't We didn't rent evict anybody from that house. We had a business plan that was to open up 3 short-term rental suites and to realize my last job of being Bob Newhart, and to be able to have that kind of a guest house where I could feel responsible and contribute to people's vacation memories and to host. And again, it's a good business. I worked in manufacturing for 30 years and it was time to get out of that. We did everything legally. We got our business permits. We hired local contractors, local tradesmen to renovate our house and to build it at a great expense. It was quite expensive, and we still owe money for it. We could not live there without the income that we generate from those suites. And we would have to leave this town and sell it. Our property would be greatly diminished in value because of it. And my goal is to somewhere 15 years down the road to sell it to some gentleman who's 55 years old who wants to be Bob Newhart next. And I guess what I feel about these bylaw, again, people have addressed it, a few things here, is that some of the way people travel has changed. They no longer, there's that kind of grandma, baking in the kitchen and coming in and having that common area. People do want their privacy. They want their, and some people really want to chat with us, and it's great. And you're able to field that out, the ones that want to chat and the ones that really just want to be left alone and come and visit this most beautiful area. And I also want to, I guess I feel slightly vilified here as part of the 49. And I hate that word non-conforming because I've always conformed. I'm a conforming guy. And it's frustrating to be called non-conforming. When I've did everything, again, according to bylaws, according to building codes, according to everything, we did conform. And so I guess it's upsetting that the idea of us housing, local people, or it's falling onto the 49 citizens here in this position to now how we're being blamed for the housing issue, which is very frustrating and it makes me very sad. Without a doubt, we understand the housing problem that happens in this community, and it's not just this community. I read the papers. It is provincially, it is nationally, and I do believe that there are programs and that there's a move afoot to find affordable housing, and we fully support that. And again, we support it because it helps our business. Rising tide floats all boats, and a healthy, vibrant community only makes this better for my business. It makes it better for the restaurants. It makes it better for all of the citizens that call this place home. And I guess I get upset by being vilified as how we're taking places away for somebody to live. I didn't want to be Schneider from, the landlord. I wanted to be Bob Newhart. That was my goal. That was my job that I chose. We don't tell restaurants that, we're going to change into a grocery store. We've got too many restaurants. And so I guess, I'm sorry, I'm being jokey and all the rest. That's the way I like to get a point across. But it is frustrating. And again, we have to support these families. And again, I'm not the young guy with all the kids and stuff like that. And again, it breaks my heart to hear about some of these families that will also have to move out of town if bylaws were changed and prohibit us from running our businesses as we saw fit. So I applaud the council and the mayor for getting rid of some of these restrictions that limited our businesses or essentially tried to take our businesses away. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Would anyone else in attendance like to speak? Yes.
Hi, Sean Gallagher, 1994 Athlone Road. We have a little B&B called Ucluelet Heights, 2-bedroom, and I wanted to share a few facts just to enlighten some folks that might not understand exactly the situation that a lot of these 49 families are in. We've self-organized, we have a Facebook group going on, so there's been a lot of discussions and sharing around some of the, even if we wanted a long-term rental, some of the limitations. So we're in favor of the 1344 and 1345. So here's the thing. Of the 49 STRs that these families have, only a handful would come back on the market as long-term rentals. Why? Because of previous restrictions that the district has put in place that allowed us to not have full kitchens. That's a problem because we have a basement suite with load-bearing concrete walls. So if we wanted to put a kitchen in, it'd be $20,000, $30,000 just to run power to that zone, if at all. So of those 49, we figured as a group, 10, 15 might be eligible to come back on the market as long-term rentals. Beyond that, when we bought our place, Scotiabank pegged our long-term rental of that suite at $3,000 to $3,200 because it's got a view, it's a private zone. So for a 2-bedroom, that'd be $1,700 a month, which is not going to help solve the housing crisis for the people that really need it. So to speak to the vilification that was addressed earlier, I just wanted to bring that up and also point out that the presentation previous to this seems to be the issue to me, because to me it doesn't seem like any more long-term rental units would come back on the market from hurting our young families compared to what was just proposed, which is going to bring 8 short-term rentals back on the market, new ones that haven't even been developed yet. And to back up what the guys were saying earlier, Charlie and sorry, I didn't get the other guy's name. My partner's a nurse at the hospital. She started Yuki Run Club. She's not here because she's up there nursing right now. We'd have to leave town. I don't think that's worth it. I think it's throwing the baby out with the bathwater, all these young families, given that it might only bring 5, 7 long-term rentals back on the market. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone else in the room that would like to speak? Yes.
John Greenglass, 917 Barclay Place. I just want to say that the changes made in 2022 that we were told by the previous council at the time that the changes were not going to affect any of the 49 of us, that we were grandfathered in and that we were protected. And it seems that it's an unfortunate case here of some sort of legal jeopardy that we've been put in this situation due to the provincial government's new rules, which also were not supposed to apply to resort municipalities, which we fall under, as well as populations under 10,000, which we fall under. Basically, they made this non-conforming, to get rid of non-conforming places rule, to get rid of people that were cheating the system and not following the rules. Well, all of us had our places inspected by bylaw. We applied for our licenses, paid for our licenses, and followed all the rules in place. And at the time, I was told by the mayor at the time that don't worry about it, you guys are protected. We're just doing this to stop the future growth so every residential place doesn't become a hotel and from foreign investors buying houses and making them hotels. Well, the majority of us live here. That's not the case. And council in the meeting in April talked about future developments and how the future developments in town, there's going to be restrictions on nightly rentals in those future developments, and so I think there's other avenues here to solve the problem, such as what council said in April. And, what happened today with this developer wanting possibly to put a 23 hotel unit in. I mean, stuff like that. I applaud you guys for looking into it deeper and putting things like that on hold. And yeah, hopefully we can move forward with this amendment to of 1322 2024. And and I'd also like to say, if this amendment doesn't happen, then the very first B&B license holder in Ucluelet will lose their license, but the first person who's got one since 2022 won't. It makes 0 sense to not approve this. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in the room that would like to speak? No? Okay. Are there any members of the public attending by Zoom that wish to speak? Click the raise hand icon.
I don't see any raised hands.
Are there any speakers calling in? Press star 9 if you wish to speak.
We see none.
And have we received any unpublished correspondence about the bylaw to communityinput@ucluelet.ca? We have.
So the first one is, is it not on? It's not close enough. Sorry, the first one is from Todd Smith. Dear District of Ucluelet Mayor and Councillor, I am writing to encourage the Council to choose option C, abandon bylaw number 13 1344. During the Council's April 16th meeting, Bruce Krieg provided numerous options for the Council to resolve this issue before the May 1st deadline. An equitable solution was on the table, extending current legal non-conforming suites with a sunset clause. I'm disappointed in the Mayor and the Council for neglecting these options on the table and neglecting action on this file since these provincial short-term rental announcements were made last October. This neglect has created a situation where 46 to 49 homeowners have now been affected by inaction. I encourage the Mayor and Council to address these issues without regressing existing policy bylaw 1310/2022. It is clearly stated in the cons attached to this bylaw that 1344 may accelerate the construction of purpose-built B&B units in growing numbers of short-term rentals. That is my core issue with pushing this new bylaw through without further consideration. Please separate and resolve the issue you have created by finding a standalone solution for these 46 to 49 affected legal non-conforming units. Then, without conflating the issue of current and future housing stock, please abandon this proposed bylaw. Lastly, as a member of the District of Ucluelet's Accessibility Committee, I'll highlight that choosing to host this public hearing at 4 p.m. is prohibitive for attendees who work between the hours of 8 a.m. to 6 p.m. In this case, many of those affected by housing insecurities in the region are unable to attend, thus unable for you to hear their voices and concerns in this forum. By choosing to do so, these voices are disproportionate and diminished in our community. Sincerely, Todd Smith. Resident, 1782 Saint Jacques Boulevard.
And what was that, the only unpublished correspondence?
No, that was one of 6.
Oh, okay.
Okay, your next email is from Mandy and Tristan Gaudet. They are at 336 Passive Melfort Place. Hi. It may be too late due to the meeting starting already, but I wanted to send an email showing my support for the proposed deletion of the below subsections. Delete subsection 404.1 sub 7, removing the requirement to provide continental breakfast. Delete subsection 404.1 sub 8, removing the requirement for guest access to be through the main entry of the home. Delete subsection 404.1 sub 9, removing the prohibition to use exterior doors at the principal entrance and exit of the bed and breakfast. Delete subsection 404.1 sub 10, removing prohibition to lock the bed and breakfast off from the common area of the rest of the home. These have been a big safety concern for us, as we have as well as a logistical headache. I would like to express my gratitude to Council as well for revisiting this bylaw. Thank you for your time. Mandy and Tristan Gaudet, 336 Passive Melfort.
And this one comes from Rachel Gillian and Poppy Montgomery, 2028 Sinamaka Road. Dear Mayor and Council, we have a bed and breakfast in our home at 2028 Sinamaka that was legally established prior to the adoption of bylaw number 1310. My family and I vividly remember the stress that we endured during the inception of this new bylaw in 2022, as we had not yet finished building our home but had no recourse to redesign it to meet the regulations 404.1 subsection 7, 8, 9, and 10. We were unsure if we would be able to enjoy legally non-conforming status, and we are happy that we do, though it did feel uncomfortable to be non-conforming, knowing that there would always be the potential of the status being revoked. We strongly support the removal of the regulation 404.1 subsections 7, 8, 9, and 10. It just makes sense to have this consistency in residential building use and design as our community moves forward with the low growth strategy as well as maintains our resort municipality status. Thank you for your time and for addressing this matter. Rachel Gillian and Poppy Montgomery.
The next email is from Andrea, Mark, Taya, and Finn, 482 Marine Drive, Ucluelet. It's a little bit longer, so bear with me. Dear Mayor and Council, our letter pertains to the zoning amendment bylaw number 1344/2024. We strongly support the removal of the regulation 404.1 sub 7, 8, 9, and 10 for bed and breakfast accessory uses in the R1 zones. These regulations were only adopted in 2022, making half of all existing B&Bs in our community legal non-conforming. Many of these BPs have operated for years and were designed and run in accordance with previous zoning requirements. Every B&B in our village provides both long-term housing, whether a resident owner or renter, as well as an intimate, small-scale, short-term rental accommodation that contribute to keeping our town busy and local businesses thriving. Allowing guests to use a separate entrance during their stay when already sharing walls and often ceiling with their host does not alter the neighborhood experience and keeps B&B hosts accountable for noise. Removing these newly added regulations that required a provided breakfast, shared entry, and no separate common areas will return all existing R1 property owners to fair and level playing field. The addition of new R-1H zone is a great idea. The R1 would slow future B&B growth for new development. Property owners need all of the income they can get in these economic times. Homeowners in Ucluelet are contributing to much needed infrastructure, water and sewer upgrades through increased property taxes, increases we agree with, even though very uncomfortable to put into action. Any decision that makes it harder for residents to fund these tax increases and pay for rising life costs is not in our best interest. This does not detract from the very real need for long-term housing in the coast. Council of the District of Cooley have already made great strides regarding the R1 zone properties by adjusting our bylaws to allow for both long-term rental and B&B in the same residence. This ensures owners do not have to choose between the two. The addition of ADUs to single-family residential areas also provides more possibilities for long-term accommodation. Many of the concerns about parking were also addressed in Bylaw 1310. In addition to the strides already made in the R1 zoned areas, it will be great to see affordable and accountable long-term housing committee created to manage and spearhead future housing projects. Further, pooling a portion of our OAP and MRDT taxes collected by STR providers, including B&Bs, and putting these funds towards building affordable long-term housing in Ucluelet would be a win-win situation. If we understand correctly, since 2018, communities are permitted to use MRDT revenues from online accommodation platforms, OAP, and put these toward affordable housing initiatives. General MRDT revenues can also be used towards affordable housing project if the tourism stakeholder and accommodation provider are in agreement. Maybe Ucluelet already has this in the works, and we are just not aware. A purposeful built housing development offering a diverse range of studio, 1, 2, plus 3 bedroom rentals would better serve the types of long-term accommodation our community needs. Whether we like it or not, the beautiful town of Ucluelet is on the map, and visitors want to witness this amazing place we call home. How wonderful it would be to support local families by allowing them to continue hosting guests in part of their home without sharing an entry or making things more difficult, while using part of the tax revenues generated by these rentals towards solving and supporting our challenges with long-term housing. Thank you for considering our thoughts on this matter. Andrea, Mark, Taya, Finn.
And the next one is from Sabrina and Arnaud Dejeunesse, 684 Rainforest Drive. Dear Mayor and Council members, we would like to share our support to the proposed bylaw 1344 and 1345, but really it's 1344. As of May 1st, 2024, BC government has introduced the new rules on short-term rental for the province. Therefore, our STR has now been considered as a non-conforming status. We just finished building our house in February 2024 and got our business license for our STR suite with the district. Our building license was approved and delivered in November 2021 before we even heard the STR bylaw was going to change in 2022. We were grateful that our project was considered grandfathered since it has a private entrance for the STR. As we respected the STR bylaw in place in 2021, we had to build this suite following the building code for STR. This means the suite is not conforming to building standards of a long-term rental. There is no electrical wiring for an oven or a kitchen fan, no range hood fan ventilation in place, no firewall in between our main house and our entrance, 2 complete walls. And the suite and no, 2 complete walls and the suite and no HRV in the suite. Basically, if the new proposed bylaw was not accepted, we could not rent it as an STR, neither as long-term. We have been living in Ucluelet for 7 years and now have a small family. We cannot afford this house without a mortgage helper. If we respect the BC government new rule on STR and live full-time in the main house, I don't think it's fair not to be able to rent our suite short-term. Sincerely, Sabrina and Arnaud Dejeunesse, 684 Rainforest Drive.
Last one, right?
Last one.
Okay, this email is from Dan and Brandy Fraser. Dear Council, I wish to share my support for District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1344/2024. When we decided to build our house after years of saving, we wanted to put a suite or bed and breakfast in the home. At the time, we were granted our building permit in early 2021. We choose to only build 1 bedroom upon advice from local builders and other folks who had B&B before us, legally non-conforming situation. So, we did not put 2 bedrooms in our suite. We were intending on a certain demographic, and we were told that having 2 bedrooms led to parties and certain crowds you don't want to host, which is why we chose to only have a 1-bedroom suite. Now that the bylaws are undergoing severe scrutiny, I want to be certain that due to the timing of when we submitted our building permit, that we were sold a bill of goods that a bed and breakfast in-house with separate walkout entrance was acceptable. We took our time in completing our bed and breakfast suite after extensive pandemic 2 years to build our own home and wanted to create a unique experience. And also, we chose to finish in some of the and also why we chose to finish in some of the details we did instead of the long-term rental market and that wear and tear. As Ucluelet appreciates, so does our taxes. And for single-family dwellings, non-ocean view, to have to pay over $5,500 in home taxes, we need every opportunity to try and afford Ucluelet, which is why we want to offer nightly accommodations. We are definitely looking forward to the bed and breakfast aspect, utilizing our space for couples to enjoy our town and coast. I feel that we are obviously had a tipping point for accommodations, both long-term and short-term, as we do live in a super desirable location. That's why we're here. Moving forward, I feel that we obviously need to address the accommodation shortages, both long and short-term, but those needs need to be addressed with a line drawn in the sand about where that timing begins, and allow our resort municipality to accept the past ways of operating for those in that situation. I do know that for us, that had been the goal from the get-go. So to force us to go long-term when we spent more time and energy to create a fun short-term B&B that becomes a place for repeat guests is not a community-friendly law. Thank you for your time and consideration in deciding whether to go from here, but also consider putting a timeline on how the grandfathered folks get to operate. Is stressful. Stressful also. So, excuse me. I'll just do that again. Thanks for your time and consideration in deciding where we go from here, but to also consider putting a time limit on how long the grandfathered folks get to operate is stressful. Also, so I do look forward to concise, thoughtful consideration when making your vote. Thank you, Dan and Brandy Fraser.
Thank you. That was the last one, correct? Okay. So this is the second call for speakers. We have to do 3 calls altogether. Are there any members of the public attending in person who wish to speak to bylaw number 1344-2024? And I would encourage sharing new comments, not just repeating what everyone else has said. Nobody? Okay, are there any speakers on Zoom?
If anyone on Zoom wishes to speak, please raise your hand. I see none.
And are any speakers calling in?
I see no speakers calling in either.
And have we received any additional emails?
No additional emails.
All right, this is the third and final call for speakers. Are there any members of the public attending in person who wish to speak to this bylaw? Seeing none, are there any speakers on Zoom?
Last call. If you wish to speak, please raise your hand. None on Zoom.
And are there any speakers calling in?
Anyone on the telephone, please use *9. And I see none.
And have we received any more emails to communityinput@ucluelet.ca?
And there are no further emails.
All right, I now declare public hearing for District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1344-2024 closed at 6:46 p.m. So we'll move into our bylaws. We have 4 bylaw items. The first bylaw item is 7.1 zoning amendment bylaw number 1344-2024, third reading and adoption. Public hearing was just completed on this bylaw. And this report will be presented by the Director of Community Planning, Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, through the mayor. This is really simple. Having now held a public hearing, council is now in a position to consider third reading of bylaw number 1344 and also to consider adoption of bylaw number 1344. If there's any questions from council, I could attempt to answer them. But really, it's now back on your table.
Any questions for staff? No, seeing none, would council like to make a motion? Sure.
I will move that council give third reading of the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1344-2024. And I will further move that council adopt District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1344-2024.
Is that all right to move them together, Mr. Rotenberg?
In this case, I would move them separately.
So close.
I thought I was good. Want to start again?
Yes, please.
Start again. Here we go. I will move that council give third reading of the District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1344-2024.
Second.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? And that carries.
I will also move that council adopt District of Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1344, 2024.
Second.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? And that carries. Sorry, Councillor Mafty, did I cut you off?
It's okay.
Okay. The second bylaw item is 7.2, zoning amendment bylaw number 1341, 2024. And this report will also be presented by the Director of Community Planning, Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. Through the mayor. So during the May 14th, 2024 council meeting, notice essentially this bylaw was introduced and council gave a motion to give notice of first reading. Notification's been completed, and so now it's considered possible for council to consider up to 3 readings and adoption of the bylaw. So I'll just give a brief overview. This is related to Weyerhaeuser's Phase 5 Ocean West subdivision. And so this zoning amendment, bylaw number 1341, just in general terms, the purpose is to amend the current zoning bylaw for the redesigned subdivision of Ocean West Phase 5 development. It would alter the lot size and distribution of lot sizes within that comprehensive development 5C or the CD 5C zone to create smaller lots and avoid some encroachments within wetland areas. And so specifically, essentially, the CD5 and this image on the screen shows sort of the earlier phases of the Ocean West development around Cedar Grove, Cinemaca, Lorne White Place. What's highlighted in the sort of red dashed line there is the area of the new subdivision. And so this area would have the same number of lots as had been proposed back in originally when they started in 2018, 2019. And this would really shift the balance of the large and medium lots by 6 to allow half a dozen lots to shrink slightly in size as they have reshuffled the size or sort of squeezed them to avoid the wetland areas. And given that this is a bylaw where council is prohibited from holding a public hearing, really it's council's consideration of first through third reading and adoption is really what's on the agenda today. If there are any questions, I'll attempt to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Any questions from council? Pretty straightforward. Would council like to make a motion?
I will move that council give first, second, and third reading to the Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw. Wait, no, is that right? Yes, it is. Sorry, I'll start over. I will move that council give first, second, and third reading of the Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1341, 2024.
I'll second that.
Any further comments? All in favor? None opposed? That carries.
And I will also move that council adopt the Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1341, 2024.
I'll second.
Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed? That carries.
Protect those wetlands.
The third bylaw item is 7.3, zoning amendment bylaw number 1345, 2024, and this will be presented by Mr. Gregg as well.
Thank you. And so through the mayor, this bylaw, zoning amendment bylaw number 1345, would essentially create a new R1H or single family residential zone. So during the April 16th council meeting, council directed staff to come up with this bylaw amendment, number 1345. And the bylaw was introduced to council on May 14th. Discussion of the bylaw in that report is on page 278 of the agenda. Council then directed staff to give notice of first reading. That's been completed, and council could consider up to 3 readings and adoption of the bylaw. So again, I'll give a little overview of what this bylaw is about for the audience and those who are watching, and for council. In general terms, the purpose of the zoning amendment bylaw 1345 is to amend the current zoning bylaw to introduce this new single-family residential zone, the R1H zone, which is derived from the existing R1 single-family zone. There it is. Notably, the R1H zone would not permit bed and breakfast operations. As an accessory use, the zone's intended for areas that may be considered for development projects for future rezoning applications, as was what the intent, I think, of council was. Also, some key changes in the R1H zone compared to the current R1 regulations, which are on the screen here. So you got the R1 in the column on the left and the R1H. There are some slightly different regulation parts within this, other than the obviously missing of the bed and breakfast use in the R1H zone. And that would increase the height to 11 meters for the principal house, an increase of a maximum height of 8 meters for an accessory dwelling unit, reduce the front setback requirement of 6 meters for both principal buildings and ADUs, and reduce the side yard setback of 1.2 meters for ADUs. And so these really are, those changes are intended to align with the provincial policy in their manual on site design standards for small scale multi-unit housing, which is sort of becoming the, if you will, the new norm, or strongly suggested norm from the province. Are there any questions from council, or otherwise?
Just a quick one from me.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor. I noticed those height changes, setback changes aren't listed in R1, but you're just saying that's our existing R1 zoning, but can we expect those same alterations to the R1 zone as well?
Through the mayor, yes, later in your agenda.
Okay.
It was a point in time. At this point, it was amending.
Right.
This one came first, so this is amending what is currently still the R1 8.5 meters.
Excellent. Thank you.
And so this is creating a zone that we have the option to utilize, but don't necessarily have to utilize.
Through the mayor, certainly that is entirely council's prerogative. So this would create the zone with in the text of the zoning bylaw. It would not apply it to any lands. That's a good point, and thank you for the reminder. So it wouldn't apply this to any properties in town yet. That would be at discretion of either an application in the future, if it sort of fit with a new development application, or if someone were seeking a rezoning for their property and wished to get this zoning, or if council, in the future decided to apply it in some areas.
Thank you. Any other questions from council?
I'm just curious about potential incentivization, because this is a zoning that, addresses some of the concerns that the community has about STRs and whatnot. And I'm just wondering if there's any thoughts given to how those could be more attractive, because obviously everybody's going to want the R1 zone, but how do we? I don't know. I'm just not sure from a sales standpoint how it would work.
I think for future developments, it might be a pocket neighborhood that restricts short-term rentals altogether, because there are lots of families that would prefer to live in a neighborhood with no people coming and going nightly.
Fair enough.
That's my guess, anyway.
It's a good one.
Thank you.
And I'm thinking this would also allow, if somebody actually wanted to rezone their house, they could if this passes, then they could apply to get R1H zoning for their home.
Through the mayor, yes, people can apply for any amendment they wish.
Right.
They can apply. This essentially just sort of pre-drafts this
The existing
housing zone, which is very specifically for housing and not the bed and breakfast.
Okay. Would council like to make a motion?
I've got it.
Thank you, Councillor Hoare.
I will move that council give first, second, and third reading of the Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1345/2024.
I'll second that.
I'll second.
Oh, Councillor Anderson just beat you by a hair, Councillor Mafty.
That's that time delay.
It's the Zoom lag.
It's the time delay.
Maybe give a couple seconds.
Any further discussion? All in favor? There is a time delay. Any opposed? None opposed. That carries.
I will further move that council adopt Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1.
I'll second.
Or 5/2024. Nice jump in.
Well played.
Councillor Mafty.
I'll take that as a mover and a seconder. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries. Thank you, Mr. Gregg. The fourth bylaw item is 7.4, zoning amendment bylaw number 1346, 2024. And this will also be presented by Mr. Gregg. 3.5.
Thank you, through the mayor. Next up, so at its April 16th, 2024 meeting, council directed staff to also draft this bylaw, zoning amendment bylaw number 1346. And in May 14th, also council, discussed the draft bylaw and directed us to give first reading, which has been completed. Again, council can now consider up to 3 readings and adoption today. The brief overview, as Councillor Kennington was looking for, here it is. In general terms, the purpose of the bylaw, the amending bylaw 1346, would amend the zoning bylaw to align the zoning regulations of Ucluelet with the provincial policy manual and site standards for the provision of small-scale multi-unit housing. And this is to bring our bylaws in alignment with the new sections of the Local Government Act, which have been adopted by the province. So some key proposed changes include amendments to subsection 408.11 would eliminate a 3-meter setback requirement for accessory dwelling units, and so now it would just be the setbacks that apply. It would also 408.2 would permit an increase in the maximum height for accessory dwelling units to 8 meters, and subsection 505.1 of the zoning bylaw to mandate 1 parking space for each unit in a duplex dwelling, as well as 1 parking space for each unit in a single family dwelling plus secondary suite and or ADU. And I'll just explain that a little bit. Currently, our parking requirements require 2 parking spaces for a single family home. If you're adding a suite or an ADU, you would have to have an additional parking space for each of that. The new provincial standard is when you have sort of multiple dwelling units to just have simply 1 per dwelling unit. So it is a slight reduction in the total requirement, making it a little easier for someone with a home to add an ADU or a suite. And then the other one would in one of our zones, the R6 zone, it is currently, there's some smaller lots that would be restricted to either a secondary suite or an ADU, yes, in the small, there was basically let me start over. In the R6 zone, there's a variety of lot sizes. There was a minimum average and a minimum lot size. And the smaller lots, they were restricted from having an accessory dwelling unit or a secondary suite. You had to have a minimum size of lot in order to have one of those uses. And with the new provincial legislation, essentially all lots in the province that have the single family dwelling as the principal use, we're required to amend our zoning to allow either a suite or an ADU. And so that size restriction was contrary to the legislation. So this zoning amendment would change that one part of the zone. And that R6 zone applies to the single family portion of the proposed development on lot 16 across Madison Drive. So, and I would just note it, as noted in the report, I think it's on page 283, we are required to report out to the province by June 30th on the steps Ucluelet has taken to comply with the new legislation for the small-scale multi-unit housing in the Local Government Act, and this essentially would bring us in line. And as some people may be aware, there's been a lot in the news around it. Larger communities have to do some other things around transit hubs and transit development, and places where there's, within larger communities, they're having to do sixplexes and up to 8 units on single family lots, and those do not apply on smaller communities. There may be some of those zoning changes that Ucluelet may choose to place in some areas of town. But at this point, this certainly meets those provincial requirements. If there are any questions, I can try to answer them.
Thank you, Mr. Gregg. Any questions for staff? All right. Would council like to make a motion?
I'll do this.
Okay. Councillor Hoare.
All about multi-unit housing, since I live in multi-unit housing. I will move that council give first, second, and third reading of the Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1346/2024.
Second.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries.
Further move that council adopt Ucluelet zoning amendment bylaw number 1346/2024.
I'll second that again.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries as well. We're getting through this agenda. There's just this much more left. All right, there are 6 report items. The first report item is 8.1, Warehouser Ocean West Phase 5 Subdivision. This report will be presented by Mr. Gregg. After staff presents, the applicant will have an opportunity to speak, and then members of the public will have an opportunity to comment on the proposed development variance permit. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you, through the mayor. This sort of cover slide on the few slides here, actually, I realized it's mislabeled. So we have a typo out of the 532 pages in this agenda. So this is Weyerhaeuser, really the not the zoning amendment, but some other pieces that are part of this. Still the same proposed subdivision, same land. It's just the label there is incorrect. Council earlier dealt with the zoning for this to allow the sort of squishing and reconfiguration of the lot sizes. This report brings 3 other kind of related items. A development variance permit. Also, a second one is an exemption from the minimum 10% frontage requirement that's in the Local Government Act, which can be confusing because it's basically 2 things required to do the same thing for a few of the proposed lots, and also acceptance of the proposed parkland dedication. So I'll give it just a brief background. So what's on the screen here is in 2018, Weyerhaeuser started this project. This is the site plan that was in their original development permit. And I would just note, see if I can get a highlighter. Zoom has changed their functions, but essentially, I'm going to use I think on this one, I have enough contrast to point it out. I'm just going to note the lots that, this doesn't work very well. I don't know if you can see my cursor here up towards where the top of Forbes Road, just that won't be visible on the screen. Okay, so those at home, bear with us. So essentially, if you'll note the lots that are along Forbes Road, there's these sort of 3 normal wide lots, which is towards the sort of Tugwell Field end of things, and then a row of single-family lots that would go down as Forbes Road extends down towards Marine Drive. So I'll just have you sort of note some of the pattern of lots there. So that was the original site plan. So in these 2 areas that are highlighted, there was 2 areas essentially were found to be in conflict with wetland delineation under the new Water Sustainability Act. And so with the new wetland delineation, basically it identified, and so on the screen in those same areas up in towards Forbes Road and then down closer towards Marine Drive, there were wetland delineated areas that needed to be essentially protected, offset. This area down here is an area that is not currently wetland, but Weyerhaeuser will now be creating wetlands in that area. as part of the permitting around this. And so that has resulted in essentially shifting the lots out of the way. And so the new lot layout, this slide shows the new lot layout, and you'll note that the wetland areas here, where there were 3 lots along Forbes Road, they're now they squeezed one in up the hill, and this long skinny one has a building site but really has a thin tail on Forbes Road, and then down towards the lower wetland towards Marine Drive, these lots are have had to be squished and accessed with an easement over the neighboring property. To essentially, the end result is same number of lots, they've just reduced the size of a number of them to stay out of the wetlands, which is a positive thing. And so the zoning amendment took care of the lot areas for the subdivision, but we need some council motions to deal with a couple of things. So in the circled areas are 3 lots with variances. So the development variance permit would be to vary the frontage in the zoning bylaw. The minimum frontage is 21.3 meters. Lot 81 would have 11.99 meters. Lot 82 would have 15.38 meters. And lot 87 would have 6.14 meters of frontage. And then also the little rectangles over some of the lot numbers, they highlight that those 6 lots would also need an exemption under Section 512(1) of the Local Government Act, which is it requires a minimum of 10% of a lot perimeter be frontage on, the legal term is highway or on the road. And so it needs a council motion to exempt that 10% lot perimeter for lots 81, 82, 87, 90, 91, and 96. And essentially, again, that allows for staying out of the wetlands and setting them aside so they're not overlapping the new private lots. And then last, we would need a council motion accepting the proposed parkland dedication. And really the areas, this wetland would now be dedicated as park, as would the one that's up towards Forbes Road, and a piece that's across the street, which is sort of the head of this little stream that cuts through towards Senamoka. And what's still unchanged is they were also proposing park dedication for, next to essentially on the northeast side of their site, for a potential trail connection, and then through the site towards Marine Drive as well. So those would all become dedicated park, and that the developer would be constructing the trails to our specs. So that park dedication would be entirely consistent with our OCP around protecting sensitive ecosystems. And last, I would just note that council, there is a development variance permit, which is a piece of this. So we have given notice on the variances. Council should just open it up for an opportunity for public input on those variances if anyone wishes to speak to it. Are there any questions?
Thank you. Questions for staff? I don't see any. Yeah, thank you. Would the applicant like to address council? Is the applicant in the house? Is the applicant on Zoom?
If the applicant is on Zoom and wishes to speak, please raise your hand. Doesn't appear so.
Okay, thank you. Are there any members of the public attending in person that would like to provide input on Development Variance Permit 24-03? This permit relates to the property known as Ocean West Phase 5 and is located at the north end of Marine Drive. Anyone attending in person? Are there any members of the public attending on Zoom or telephone that would like to provide input on this DVP?
Yes, we have a hand raised. Matt Hardbridge, you can unmute.
Hi, Matt. We can't hear you.
Mr. Harbridge, you are unmuted on our end, but it looks like you are muted on your end.
slap us. That's the hand.
Well, while he's sorting that out, are there any members of the public that would like to provide input via telephone? Oh, he's gone.
If anyone is on the telephone, please dial *9. There doesn't appear to be anyone.
And is there any unpublished correspondence on the development variance permit?
None has come in.
Okay, would council like to make a motion?
I can jump on this one. I have a quick question though. In part 2, when they talk about the Local Government Act and it's in parentheses is the number 1. Do you want me to read that as section or subsection, or how does that get read? 512 and then subsection 1. Is that right? Okay. Cool. All right.
On Zoom?
Yeah.
Matt, if you'd like to try to... Oh, thank you.
Sorry, I'm a Luddite. It's Matt Harbage, 1816 Peninsula. Looking at that plan with the wetlands and things like that, why are we passing a variance to cram more lots into a wetland when we can protect them more by not doing some of them? Like 9091 can just be one lot if they want to do it that way. I think it was 80 something up on the other side. It has the long skinny driveway next to the wetland. That shouldn't be a lot if it doesn't meet our village criteria. Things like that. The one that borders Marine, kind of, you're trying to get a driveway in up on a hill, like that's making something unstable. We shouldn't have that as a lot if it's next to a wetland as well. It's just destabilizing slope if there's that close. So those are just my questions about when we issue variances for developments trying to cram things in next to wetlands. It doesn't make any sense. Thanks.
Did you wish to answer that, Mr. Gregg?
Through the mayor, the request from the applicant for the variances, and it would essentially allow them to create the same number of lots. They've sort of shuffled the size of the lots. They start out with a 33 lot subdivision, and they're trying to retain that. I would comment on the one. I think it's lot 81, which has the frontage on, which is next to the wetland and the frontage on Marine Drive. It does have its legal frontages on Marine Drive, and they have a water and sewer connection. Their actual driveway connection is through the neighboring lot. There'd be an easement over that lot, so it actually comes off of Forbes Road to avoid that steeper slope. But yeah, certainly they are trying to rejig their subdivision to still create the 31 residential lots. Sorry, 33.
Okay, thank you. I don't think there are any further questions. Or did you have something?
Nope.
No, okay. You're ready to make a motion?
Sure. I will move that council authorize the Director of Community Planning to execute and issue development variance permit 24-03.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
I will also move that council exempt the proposed lots 81, 82, 87, 90, 91, and 96 of the Weyerhaeuser Ocean West Phase 5 subdivision from the minimum 10% highway frontage required under Section 512, subsection 1 of the Local Government Act.
I'll second that.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
I will also move that council indicate acceptance that the proposed parkland dedication shown on the site plan 0716-004 drawing 100 revision 02 by Newcastle Engineering Limited dated March 18th, 2024 for the proposed Weyerhaeuser Ocean West Phase 5 subdivision fulfilling the developer's requirements under the section 510 of the Local Government Act and as proposed by the developer.
I guess I'll second that.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion? All those in favor? None opposed. That carries. The next report item is 8.2, development permit for 1167 Helen Road. Mr. Gregg, you're popular tonight. You're presenting this one too.
Thank you. Through the mayor, hopefully get through one more perhaps before the 3.5 hour mark. So this is a development permit for 1167 Helen Road for renovating an existing commercial structure and convert it to a hotel on 1167 Helen Road, which is permitted under the current zoning of the property. This is the former Majestic kayak site. I mean, people will be familiar with it. This is the site plan. I would just note that part of the proposal for the development permit, I note the landscaping that's being proposed. So many will be familiar with this is the existing building. This is Helen Road. It extends down to the inlet. There is a residence down towards the water, but this what was a shop building. Essentially, the proposal is to renovate this. There's an existing sort of stairwell and deck, which would be, I believe, sort of reconstructed, and a new deck added on this area, new landscaping towards the neighbor on one side, and then on the other. Currently, the parking lot sort of extends over onto the neighboring property, and along the property line, they're proposing to screen the parking and sort of kind of have a clearer definition between the two lots. This is, again, from the application. Just there's some photographs. I think it's quite visible from Helen Road, so people will recognize the blue sort of workshop building with the two large overhead doors. This is the one that's being proposed to be renovated. And finally, I've just showed that this is the elevation created, or one of them. The restaurant, the entire application is in the agenda package, but this one I think is worth highlighting. It sort of shows the lower part, two ends of the building, how it's existing, of the workshop building, and what's being proposed is, again, there'd be a new deck and access stair added towards, this is the Helen Road side, and then on where the existing stair goes up, there'd be some renovations of that as well. But essentially, the building envelope it's a refresh, and most of the renovation is on the interior of the building. I believe the architect is here in the audience, and but if there are any questions from council, I'd be happy to answer them.
Questions from council to staff? Would the applicant like to address council? Yes. Yes, okay. Please do.
I'll make this short. I'm also happy to answer any questions. Basically, the building was built as a purpose-built shop for, I believe, school buses. It's very tall ceilings and has a lot of extra room in there, and trying to kind of retool that space for this new purpose.
Okay. Any questions for the applicant from council? No. Okay. Looks pretty straightforward. Thank you. Would council like to make a motion?
I will move that council authorize the Director of Community Planning to execute and issue development permit DP 2402.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second.
Councillor Hoare seconds. Any further discussion? All in favor? None opposed. That carries. I think, Mr. Rotenberg, do we need to make a motion? So I'll move that we, the meeting carry on beyond the 3.5 hour limit.
I'll second that.
Councillor Hoare seconds. All in favor? That took a bit of doing. And that carries. Thank you. And anybody that wants to leave can. You don't have to wait till the absolute end of the meeting. Just saying.
Go celebrate.
The next report item is 8.3, zoning amendment development permit and development variance permit for 1567 Imperial Lane. Mr. Gregg.
Thank you. And through the mayor, this is, as noted, this is a three-part application, and really what we're seeking is the first step, which would be notice of first reading of the zoning amendment bylaw piece, and also giving notice for receipt of input on the requested variance. Really briefly, the property is zoned, and it almost shows in the aerial there. It's okay. Sorry, on the screen, the property on Imperial Lane. It's opposite Yuki Bikes. I think people will sort of locate it there. There's a single-family house that's there. Currently, that house is lawfully non-conforming. It's in the CS1 Village Square commercial zoning that applies to the property, and yet the single-family house that's been there for years is lawfully non-conforming. So the new owners of the house, they'd like to make it conforming. So the bylaw number 1342 would be basically a site-specific zoning to remove the non-conformity to acknowledge that the single-family residential use is a permitted use on that property. The variance would reduce the side setback from 1.5 meters to 0 meters for a retaining wall. It's a little pale on the screen there, but essentially the property line is where they're proposing to locate a retaining wall as part of the renovations to the house, and so that would require this variance. And then lastly, also, which will come back to council, would be a development permit, an environmental development permit, because this property is on the waterfront, and so the marine shoreline kicks in, and so they have a qualified environmental professional who has assessed their renovations, which is more not what's on the screen, and so the front of the property, but towards the rear, they're replacing a deck, and so the footings, they've recommended some measures to ensure that they don't impact the environment. That would all come back, but really the first step is to give notice if council wishes to move this forward. I'm not sure if the applicant has someone who wanted to speak to it, either attending or on Zoom, but if there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Questions for staff? Oh, we lost Councillor Mafty.
I'm here.
Oh, you are there. Oh,
Sorry, I'm not sure.
Oh, there you are.
I'm here.
Okay, you're back. Thank you. Any questions for Mr. Gregg, Councillor Mafty, on this one?
No questions.
Okay. And would the applicant like to address council? Yes.
Good evening, Mayor, staff, council, and members of the community. First off, thank you for extending the meeting. I drove here from Nanaimo, so that would have been a little disheartening to turn around and go home. I'll make this very brief. That deck is old. It's rotten. They've got grandkids. They want to replace it, and we're trying to go through the due diligence to make sure that that's done safely and within all zoning bylaw and OCP requirements to make sure we're doing the right thing. We have, as will be submitted with the DVP, or I guess came in after the original package, a letter of support from the variance to the setback from the neighbor. It serves to retain both properties, and it's really just to be able to provide continued and safe access. If you walk down there, you'll notice it's steep in that one section of the lot. Again, back to the grandkids. We are proposing doing permeable surface parking at the time to, again, just help with any sort of runoff. Not that the lot has any particular concerns, but why not make anything worse? And yeah, beyond that, thank you very much for your consideration. Available for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? No, I think we're all getting tired, so it's your lucky day. So would council like to make a motion?
I'll do it.
I saw you reaching for it. I wasn't going to jump in. You'd already put so much effort into it.
Please. I will move that council, with regard to the proposed exterior renovations and associated structural works at 1567 Imperial Lane, A, direct staff to give notice of first reading to District of Ucluelet Zoning Amendment Bylaw number 1342/2024, and B, direct staff to give statutory notice to receive input on the development variance permit DVP 24-02.
Thank you, Councillor Hoare. Do I have a second?
I'll second that.
Councillor Anderson seconds. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries. The next report item is 8.4 Municipal Visitor Parking Program. And there was related correspondence added to the agenda as a late item for this one. This report will be presented by our Chief Administrative Officer, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor and Council. So just briefly, an overview of this report. In February 2023, for within the budgetary discussions, Council asked staff to investigate additional revenue opportunities which could be used to reduce the cost of future borrowing needs related to the anticipated capital expenditures that the community is going to experience. That was followed up with another report in October of 2023, where an option to explore a visitor parking program was presented. The report provided an overview of the potential revenue generation, high-level costing, and implementation of a parking program. So in general terms, that was, make sure the parking program doesn't affect Ucluelet residents, make sure that they're exempt from parking fees, exemption of a permanent residence for West Coast communities, a blanket parking program so that it's not specific to any one lot or area within the community, looking at a flat rate option versus an hourly rate, and use of kiosk and digital payment systems. So at the conclusion of that, Council directed staff to proceed with undertaking an RFP to get determination on the cost. At the same time, Council was interested in seeing what the community had to say with respect to the possible implementation of a parking program. So a survey was conducted. There was just two questions. We wanted to try to keep it fairly simple. The two questions were if we wanted to know if the respondent was a Ucluelet resident, a West Coast resident, or a visitor, and then really the level of support that they would have with respect to the implementation of the parking program. We had a very, very good turnout on that survey. 581 respondents, 453 from Ucluelet, 65 from the West Coast, and 63 respondents indicated that they were visitors. So as the report indicates, about 51% were not supportive. The remainder were somewhere between somewhat supportive to very supportive, 20% very supportive, 16% supportive, and 13% somewhat supportive for the Ucluelet residents. And surprisingly, it was very, very similar within a percentage point or two for all the groups. So We also provide an opportunity for residents and visitors or respondents to the survey to provide commentary on why they thought it was a good idea, a great idea, or a terrible idea. As we summarized within the report, there was a variety of themes within there from, the respondents didn't want it to change, that it would have a direct impact to the community, that it would be unfriendly, that they didn't want Ucluelet residents to pay for parking fees. We should look at any other opportunities for additional revenues. There was concerns about the impacts of a parking program on tourism and business. And this was all related to the individuals that were generally unsupportive of the program or the proposal. Those that were more supportive, from just somewhat to very supportive, they actually had some very similar concerns. They were cautiously supportive, but there were still significant concerns that it would have a detrimental impact in tourism, that it could affect businesses, that we should be cautious about undertaking a parking program, and then it went forward to, if it helped offset the cost of tourism, the community would be a benefit, that hoping it addresses overnight camping concerns, general sentiments that the people might not like it, but it's the right thing to do, concern about pushing parking into private lots, and that taxpayers pay enough already, and this might help reduce the taxes on long-term residents, etc. So those were kind of like what we anticipated is kind of a 50-50 split. It was a very good response for a survey, and it definitely provides council with an idea of some of the concerns and variety of support that for a parking program. So moving on to the parking proposals. So we received 4 proposals, and they were, although the RFP was very specific as to what we're asking, there is a number of ways that proponents figured out how to meet those parameters. So we got 4 proposals that would meet all the parameters of the parking program as we outlined in the RFP. And there is a variety of costs that are quite different. And we're not proposing at this point in time for council, if council wishes to proceed with a parking program, to award at this point in time. There's significant variety and work that needs to be done in considering the proposals, but this gives council with a fairly accurate representation based on a modeling of $500,000 and $1 million annual revenue, based on $10 per vehicle per day. And then I would note it includes a standard 2.9% credit card transaction fee, because if it's all tapped, the credit card companies take their share as well. So we tried to make sure that all of the proposals had a comprehensive inclusion amount in the proposal. So in the table, there was based on the basic parameters, there was anywhere from $415,000 to $338,000 for a base cost for the contract enforcement. And I should be clear that we asked for 2 types of proposals, one for the proponents to undertake enforcement, and the other one for the municipality to undertake enforcement. And further, with respect to the municipal enforcement, I have included the salary cost within these proposals in the graph that's provided in the report. So our municipal staffing costs for one additional parking enforcement / bylaw officer full-time throughout the year is included in those numbers. So there's no additional costs that we would see for staffing fees that would be on top of the presented numbers. So quite significant for a $500,000 gross revenue. There's significant costs if we undertook a program with contract enforcement. On the flip side, if we undertook our own enforcement models, the numbers came in much, much more favorable. One thing that was noted in the community is that, we don't have a parking program similar to the challenges that our neighbors in Tofino are dealing with. This is more of an opportunity to try to generate some additional income for the municipality to try to offset some of the costs of tourism on Ucluelet, on our infrastructure. So the costs for base annual with municipal enforcement, inclusive of district staffing costs, range from $368 to $132,000. So quite a significant range. And if we look at the revenue potential, if we're only grossing $500,000, it's as little as $85,000 with contract enforcement to about $161,000, and with municipal enforcement, there's a significant change, $113,000 to $367,000. And then if revenues go up, the range goes up as well. So the cost for contract enforcement, $542 to $626 is the range. And then with municipal enforcement, revenue from $831 at the top end and $571 at the low end. So as the revenues increase, the benefit to the municipality significantly increases. The variety of proposals in there is based on how the proponents looked at and provided the services. So one proposal is looking at renting everything to the municipality on a monthly basis in perpetuity. That is the most expensive program. One is a straight revenue sharing proposal, and the other two proposals are kind of a hybrid that we buy some infrastructure, so the kiosks and signage, or lease them, and then there's a mix of per transaction and flat rate percentage of gross revenues. So it's quite an interesting variety of proposals and ways to manage this. If council supports moving forward for this, what the next steps would be is we would look at completing negotiations. We'd look at confirm where we want these kiosk locations and sign requirements. We'd need to complete the customization of residential and vehicle registration system to allow for the complementary registration of local vehicles so that they don't have to buy a pass. Complete customization of the visitor parking program, like how is this going to look, what's it going to look like, so there'd be more engagement with the community and council to figure out those details. Look at the zones and fees, and then we'd have to do a whole bunch of bylaw updates to allow us to undertake this, and then order, install, and then roll out. And there would be a significant component of this would be education of community, West Coast residents and visitors to the program. So staff are saying that if this is something that council wants to pursue, that it would likely not be able to push out until fall at the very, very earliest if we dropped everything and tried to push this fast as we can. And really for 2025 would be more realistic timeline for starting the program. With respect to utilizing the funds, that would be a determination of council as revenues are realized. It would, a couple other questions are in the community of, will it reduce our property taxes? And I would say that it's unlikely to do a reduction in property taxes directly from where they are. But what it would do is allow council consider this as a new revenue source, which would minimize or reduce the future requisitions or increases to property taxes, which would be a benefit to the community. Without additional revenue sources, which we have very limited access to, then we're unfortunately very reliant on a limited number of opportunities, grants, which are unstable because you never know if you're going to get them. and then property taxes, which we all know is a significant burden on residences in the community, and more so in tourist destinations. At that point, be happy to answer any questions that council may have.
Thank you, Mr. Lawrence. I have to admit I've done a bit of a flip-flop on this topic. I was really in favor of looking at a parking program because it's one of the few ways a municipality can generate some income from the tourists that we can use any way we like. But 50-50 on the do I like it or not like it, that's not exactly it's not exactly encouraging. And I find it really hard to compare these four proposals. They're just kind of all over the map. But what's really sort of changed my mind is that now that I'm going to Tofino to be on radio twice a month, it's frustrating. Trying to find parking when I'm supposed to be on the air in 5 minutes is like almost impossible. So yeah, I've done a bit of a flip-flop on it myself, but I'd love to hear what other councillors have to say.
Curious, did you by chance break out on either side of it? Let's say somebody was opposed to it and they stated their reason, and the reason was sort of incorrect, like an incorrect assumption about property taxes or what have you. Like to say, oh no, the specific example I'm thinking of is I don't support it. I don't think locals should have to pay this. That would be an example of an answer that's not really
an answer.
An answer.
Yeah,
because I did notice that a lot.
We did have a number, and as was attached to the report, council saw all the commentary in there. No, we didn't dive down that deep in determining whether or not individual responses were appropriate or not. But as you were indicating, Councillor Kennington, there were a number of people that were very concerned that, that if the parking program was implemented, that, locals should not be required to pay for parking, that there was concerns about West Coast residents having to pay for parking. Our neighbors across the Bay, Hitatsu, there was concerns from what we think are some respondents to the survey that there was concerns about how would they access, why should they have to pay for parking. That was never the intent, and there is a number of responses in there that indicate that there was a concern. The reason that we didn't really break it out, because there's no finite decision from council. We don't have a resolution saying thou shalt not charge residents with, or non-residents or West Coast residents with the parking fees at this point in time. Although that was the intent of the original proposal, is that residents and West Coast residents should not be burdened with paying for parking in their community, that this was specific to visitors.
Anyone else have any comments? Councillor Mafti, you were against it to begin with, but then you kind of changed your mind. How are you feeling now?
I'll tell you, and I had a conversation with Dwayne about it. I've had a lot of conversations with people in town about it, and a lot. Where I start to struggle is if I assume, okay, this is something we should do, based on from people who support the idea, and the logic that I see behind the idea is that it generates revenue from tourists. Fair enough. At that point, logically, we should maximize the revenue that we generate, and we should charge as much as we possibly could for parking. And it would be tempting to take that to an extreme, at which point people are going to say, okay, well, we're not going to come here anymore. And then you almost use it as a tool, not just to regulate visitation, but also to maximize revenue. Because if that's the point of the program, then that's what we should be doing with it. And I think when it's framed that way, a few of the people that I spoke to who were generally that's when they started to find it distasteful. And they're like, well, I don't really want to gouge people. And it's like, okay, well then what's the point of the program? If the whole idea of pay parking is to make money from tourists, then the more money that we can make from tourists, the more successful the program's going to be. So I guess where I'm at right now is sort of where the community seems to be. I'm 50-50. Personally, I'm against it, and I would vote against moving forward with it. But I do see merit and I do see value. If council decides to move forward with it, at that point, I would start to argue that we should push this to its logical limit and say, if this is what we want, then let's really do it, and let's set our rates, and let's select our bidder, and let's implement the program in such a way that the focus of the program is how much money can we possibly generate through it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Anderson.
Jeez. Thank you. Was the survey done before or after taxes came out?
It was done prior to the issuance of the property taxes.
Right. Oof. Yeah, I'm like Mark. I'm 50-50. Like when we all talked about this before, it was and Jeffrey, you know what's going on here. That when we look at the finances in town, it's scary, and our tax base isn't huge, and the idea of having input from tourists to help us with things that we just can't afford, like infrastructure and what's going on, it makes sense. But I know, like, no one likes pay parking. It sucks. It's just terrible. No one likes it. There's no way. But yeah, again, like I go back and forth on this all the time. I mean, yes, I think it's going to be helpful to the community. It's going to be helpful to residents, and it's going to put us over that hump that we need to be at to lower taxes. This year was obviously a really big bite. But yeah, I could really go either way, and it's really tough. I'm literally 50-50 on this, and I'm not totally convinced one way or the other. That was a great answer. You're waiting for that. That was really helpful.
I don't know. I remember talking to Dan Law about their parking program, and we agreed that there is no such thing as free parking. That parking, all parking is pay parking because it's wear and tear on the infrastructure. So the question really is who's paying for that pay parking? If we don't want tourists to pay for it, then we have to pay for it. At the end of the day, that's, it's not just lost revenue. It's taxes that we're going to need to collect to pay for things like fire trucks, fire halls, emergency services, all these things. So if the community is saying we would rather pay for this parking so the tourists don't have to, then so be it. But that really is the question.
And I'm not sure that survey actually answered that question.
Exactly. Yeah. And I think the survey came out before the taxes came out, and I think you'd get very different responses now. But again, I am also on the fence, just like the whole community, because we're at 50-50 here. So I don't think any of us are getting out of this alive.
Councillor Hoare, we're all looking at you, right?
Yes.
Right? It's a nice, comfortable fence.
You don't have to get off it.
I know I don't have to get off it. But what obviously tired. Been up since 4 a.m. The way that you put it, Councillor Kennington, is the way I've been thinking about it all the way along. It's either we pay for it, the residents, or we find a way for the tourists to pay for a little bit of the stuff that they are already using. And we are a small tax base. Welcome to all of our increased tax bills. We don't have spare revenue. And well, I'm not so sure that I like the idea of Councillor Mafty's like go big or go home theory of things. There is almost nowhere that I go that I don't pay for parking when I leave this town. And except maybe at the garage at my mom's place in Vancouver. I'm either paying hourly or well, mostly I'm paying hourly, so it's significantly more than a one-time sort of blanket fee. So I think I'm sort of half off the fence here. I'm a little more leaning towards the parking thing, and I agree. The proposals, the RFP proposals we got, I can't compare those. They're too different. And when I read through and I read every single response, there are a significant number who didn't realize that we weren't planning to charge locals. So yeah, I would like to
I'd
see
like
that
to break that
breakout,
out,
you know, so
personally,
I'm almost like, oh God, do we need to survey again? I don't know if that's the answer, but
Remember, none of us are getting out of this alive. so
no, I
let's
know.
all-
I
let's
fully
make the right
expect to be,
decision.
you know, killed with rotten tomatoes
Yeah.
tomorrow. I probably didn't get them off the shelf earlier today, so they're probably still there in the morning.
I'll go down as saying that I would vote for it, and I might die on that hill. But at the end of the day, there's small businesses like that. That's my ultimate fear, is that a small business is going to feel the pinch on that, and that's what I'm worried about the most. But at the same time, I've talked to some small business owners that got their tax bill, and they're just horrified, and they're like, this is such a massive increase for me, and I'm like, okay, yeah, you hate to think you're making the wrong decision, but at the end of the day, I think I have to go that way, because this could reduce that burden, and the promise has to be that we use those funds appropriately. We're not going to build a monorail. I mean, like this is going to go.
Oh, you had to go with the monorail,
Always
right?
Monorail is my default. Monorail. What's that?
No lost money with their big parking. So the promise has to be that it's actually going to make money. That's the thing.
You think that it's going to lose money?
The Finos program cost its own $30,000 instead of generating.
Sir, if someone's speaking, I can't hear you.
It's just someone in the audience referring to the fact that Tofino's parking issue lost $30,000.
I think overall the parking program still made money. It was one aspect of the parking program, so it was the downtown aspect. There was a miscalculation, but overall the parking program did make money. So
And
that
you're
was
right.
framed a certain way by a certain person.
Yeah, that was the news headline. You're right, and there's a risk here, right? And the other risk is that if we're wrong, and we did it, then it might take a while before we even know, because we have to make that investment and then we have to let that pay itself off. And so it's not like, oh, we made the wrong call. Like when we're in, we're in. And I realize that, and it's a terrible decision to make. But when I hear about like just what we had to do to get what we had to do for taxes this year, and it was such a painful thing to do that. But when we look at the numbers and what we have underneath our roads and how bad things are, that's a horrifying thing to me. And maybe not everybody knows that. And so when I see the revenue from that pay off in 5 years from now, I'm like, okay, I think we can do that. But yeah, it pains me to go on the side of saying pay parking, but I do.
So there is another option. There's option C, which buys us a little bit of time.
Mr. Lawrence has his hand raised.
Oh, Mr. Lawrence, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. I know there's concerns out there because there was the headline with respect to Tofino's program, and I did speak to the CAO in Tofino regarding their program. So they did make over $700,000 last year. It was, as Councillor Kennington indicated, a calculation change that they had to adjust that was known back in 5 months earlier. So it wasn't even an unanticipated revenue loss. It was just an infrastructure allocation adjustment that needed to be calculated, and that they found that they needed to increase the rates that they were charging. I think it was $2 an hour, and they needed to consider it being larger. So the program in Tofino is definitely a significant revenue generator, and I would indicate that for the public's interest and council that if council goes with the program, this is an annual revenue generation program. So the amounts indicated in the report are compounded every single year. So it's not, say $300,000, that's it. It's that'd be the minimum that we would anticipate. And if council recalls, staff were trying to use the absolute most pessimistic numbers that we could come up with for revenue generation, and we're still doing that because we don't want to overestimate what the potentiality is of the program, to ensure that if council moves forward with this program, that there's no revenue loss, that it is a net income, that taxpayers are not paying for an implementation of a program which is controversial and then becomes a burden to the community. So staff are quite confident that a revenue generation in a positive form will be realized for the community for the foreseeable future.
All right. Any other comments from council?
Oh, again, I just say it's a really tough one, and I grew up on a farm, so paying for parking is ridiculous to me in general. So it's strange, but I have to think about residents first. I have to think about kids growing up here, and being able to have, I know tourism is incredibly important, but my heart in this one comes from a residents first attitude, and making sure that people here have adequate infrastructure, and the tourists pay their part. And that's my feeling.
And that's the 50% that we're in favor of the program that you're representing.
I hope so.
So
it's
can
49.
Can we count him in the survey and get us over that?
Is that pushing me over that? Because it's 50 now.
All right. So there are 3 options. What would council like to do?
I won't be offended if you don't go my way.
Well, I'm happy to move that council direct staff to proceed with the implementation of a visitor parking program.
Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Okay, call the question. All in favor? Any opposed? That carries.
You stuck with your promise on the radio when you
I did. During my campaign, Cam asked me, pay parking in Ucluelet, yes or no? Like, yes, or
over your dead
or
body.
over my dead body. And I said, over my dead body.
And you stuck with it. Good for you.
Looking pretty good for dead body.
Okay, I am going to move that the next report, item 8.5, development application procedures input, be deferred until the next council meeting, because it's a very complex report. There's a dozen or more questions that need to be answered by us, and it's 8 o'clock. So I will move that 8.5 be deferred to the next council meeting.
I will second that.
Thank you. Any further discussion? I do know that the planning department needs some of this information very quickly, so I understand that.
If I can just chime in, I know it's 8 o'clock over there. It's 5 a.m. over here. We've got a 6 a.m. start, and I've got a pretty long day ahead of me. So with all due respect to the rest of the council and the rest of the agenda, I know it's not trivial stuff, but I'm gonna have to beg off for the information items and mayor and council announcements with your permission.
No problem. Can we just take a vote on deferring 8.5 first of all to the next council meeting? All in favor? And that carries. Thank you. And I totally understand you need your rest, so no problem.
Yeah, I just got to get ready. We're gonna have boats on the water in an hour here. Okay, I'll see you all on the 25th. I'm glad the Zoom worked. I was really worried that it might not. I was confident that it would, but I was worried that it didn't, and it seems to have worked. So I'll see you on the 25th.
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
See, Mark.
Good luck out there.
Have to find my spot here. Yes. 8.6. The last report item is 8.6, STR Data Portal Information Sharing Agreement, which is a verbal report, and this will be presented by our Manager of Corporate Services, Mr. Rotenberg.
Briefly, the province has opened their STR data portal that provides information about short-term rentals occurring throughout the province. In order to access that portal, the district would have to enter into an information sharing agreement. The purpose of the information sharing agreement in the portal is for the STR data portal is to support local governments in enforcement of their short-term rental bylaws and related bylaws. The purpose is also for the ministry to support the administration and enforcement of the STRAA, which is the new legislation. Just let me get the full name of the legislation, which is the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act. There would be information uploaded to the portal by the province, which we would have access to, and there would be information flowing from the district to the province as well. There are significant caveats in terms of what the municipality can share. Basically, the municipality is not allowed to share this information under FOIPA if we have access to it on the portal. We're recommending today, or we're seeking a resolution today of council to authorize the mayor and the corporate officer to enter into this agreement, which will give staff the ability to access the portal. If there's any questions, I can strive to answer them.
Councillor Anderson?
Sorry, I'm not totally getting that. So we share, is it the provincial data portal? Is that what that is? And we share our STR license information?
Yeah, so we would share some information with the province, and the province would allow us to have access to the portal.
Walk me through the purpose and what
Sure.
what we get out of that.
I'll read it to you specifically. The purpose of the Ministry of Housing for sharing platform service provider required information with local governments through the STR data portal is to support local governments' enforcement of their short-term rental bylaws and related bylaws. The purpose of local governments for sharing business license information with the Ministry of Housing is to support the administration and enforcement of the STRAA, which is the Short-Term Rental Accommodation Act, and the enforcement of short-term rental bylaws and related bylaws. So it's information sharing for the provincial government to enforce provincial laws, and for the municipalities, local governments to enforce bylaws.
I'm trying to. I had this conversation with Dan Law, and one of the reasons that they opted in was because they realized that the difficulty or the expense of enforcing STRs up there. So that they thought that would add to a relief on their end for that. But I'm just trying to think of the benefits here. So I'm trying to get my head around, is it a technology thing? So they're going to have access to, I guess it's algorithms or programs that they can use to look for illegal STRs. I'm just like, why are, we sort of do our own enforcement. I'm just trying to think of the extra muscle that they would be adding to find like cheaters. Is this, am I correct?
So I haven't had access to the portal because we haven't signed the information sharing agreement. It may be valuable to hear from the bylaw enforcement department to see if they think that the portal itself would have value.
Yeah.
the value question is sort of different. The question here right now is whether we want access or not, and whether council is willing to authorize mayor and the corporate officer to enter into this information sharing agreement. The information sharing agreement authorizes this flow of information between the parties. But I think it's a perfectly valid question. I'm not sure if staff are prepared to answer that question today, so this matter could be deferred. There is a deadline. We received this information sharing agreement, I think it was on Wednesday last week, and they would like us to respond to them by June 21st, which is a short notice. I'm not sure if by we may be able to opt into the portal at a later date, even if we don't respond by June 21st. But I believe the CAO has his hand raised.
Okay, yeah, I would like more information personally, but go ahead, Mr. Lawrence.
Thank you, Mayor Council. Just I haven't been able to dive right into the agreement, but this was part of the provincial government's move to assist municipalities in accessing the data from online accommodation providers. So their new regulations are requiring them to do basically allow the ministry to access all of the Airbnb, VRBO information. So it's all compiled into one database, and they're required to share that with the province, as I understand it. And this data sharing agreement will now allow us to access that compiled data specifically to UCLUET. So it doesn't allow us access to all short-term rental data, B&B, et cetera. But this does allow us to see what's going on in our own community. So that was the intent where the province came from as part of their move to try to allow municipalities greater access to information that we haven't been able to access previously for enforcement measures for our bylaws with respect to short-term rentals and accommodation providers.
So the program we currently use is called Host Compliance.
Mm-hmm.
Would this replace that? Because we pay an annual fee for that, don't we?
It's a possibility. Until we actually see the program, it's really hard to say. But that is definitely a potentiality, is that that we might not need that host compliance platform anymore, because we have a more comprehensive one supplied for at no cost by the province.
I see Mr. Gregg is poised to speak here.
Thank you, through the mayor. It's a good question. Our hope is that the system, the provincial system, would allow us to not have to use our own system, which I think currently is about $16,000 a year. And it's based on the cost of it is based on the number of listings. But I think the sort of flow of information, there's sort of two parallel things. There's new provincial enactment, which requires that you have a valid business license and a provincial registration kind of license thing shown on your listing. And then there's municipal bylaws as well. And I think the hope of this new sort of office is that they can assist with enforcement. And one of the things is that if there was something that comes to our attention, this, again, we'll see how it plays out and how it actually works, but our understanding is that the province and this new office would be able to do things like, okay, if we have someone who is not in compliance and we can show, they don't have a valid business license or something's missing, what their role, which we do not have, is they can essentially they're taking on the role of compelling the online booking advertising providers, platforms from taking down those listings, which is a pretty effective enforcement tool, I think, if it actually works smoothly. But I think we would have to have that information sharing in order to be able to access that. Again, we're part of a call where they're describing the whole system, and it was very much the beta version. They're literally still writing the code to get the whole thing together because they're scrambling to get it all up. And I think it actually went live like 2 days ago. So it's kind of early days, but we understand that this information sharing would be necessary in order to access it.
Okay, so there's no downside to doing this then.
I think good questions about is this government's sharing information, what degree of, personal information and whatnot, but really I think a lot of it is around information we already have on business licensing and who holds them, and the advertising which is being put out there on the World Wide Web. So it's, I think that it appears like what the province is trying to put together is a more effective tool to actually help municipalities.
Any questions from council to staff while we have him there?
I can provide a little more clarity too. So basically, because there's a routine transaction of information.
Are you on?
Or because there's a routine, because information is flowing between the parties on a regular basis, FIPA requires the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act requires an information sharing agreement. So the province is basically saying at this point, like, if you want to play with us, you've got to play according to the rules, and this is one of those rules. I think that's as far as I can go in terms.
Go ahead.
Through the mayor, so you're saying we have to do it? Is that like is this a question? Are you asking us to vote yes or no, or are you saying we have to do it and we just have to say?
No, in order to opt into the portal, in order for us to exchange this information, in order for us to be part of this portal, I think we have to enter the information sharing agreement. But if we just didn't want to enter the information sharing agreement, then I don't think would have access to the portal. Maybe, am I wrong?
Through the mayor, no, I believe Mr. Rotenberg is correct. It would, if we don't have to be part of the program, but that would mean essentially Euclid is on its own would not be able to tap into any provincial assistance on enforcement cases, I suppose.
I'd just like to know more, because it seems like when you say share, it's like we're giving something, but what are we getting back? And to me, it just sounds like maybe some statistics or some enforcement tools. But if we're not getting any information on what those enforcement tools are, but we're giving up everything we have. And like, it's a lot of people's information and data. And so to me, that's just like, okay, if before I'm ready to relinquish that, I'd like to have an idea of what we get in return and what the strength and value is of that enforcement. And if it really makes sense to us, if we do have access to these things. And I know that bylaw is stretched and it's a tough one, and I know that. So I'm always open to the idea of having help with enforcement. But at the same time, I'm not I'm trepidatious to just sign off and say, here, let's just take all our data and give it to the province. And we don't really know what we're getting back, but let's see how it goes.
I really feel that I need to see a written report on this. If we could defer this to the next council meeting, and I should make a motion to that effect, I guess. I will move that we defer 8.6 to a future council meeting with a written report from staff. Do I have a seconder?
I'll second that.
Councillor Kennington seconds. Any further discussion?
Just a question, did Mr. Rotenberg not say the deadline was the 21st of this month, and our next meeting is the 25th?
It was not clear to me that failing to meet that deadline meant no access. That was the deadline that they set. I think if council needs more information, that's okay.
Okay, any further comments? Okay, all in favor? None opposed, that carries. Thank you. Any notices of motion? Okay, we have two information items. 10.1, the deputy mayor is to represent Kamloops City Council. Do we know what that mayor did to have this happen?
I looked it up. You avoided it? It didn't say specifically, but there was an argument or something with a councillor, I think, got heated.
Oh, okay. So Mayor Reed Hamer Jackson is no longer authorized to speak for the will of Kamloops City Council or the Corporation of the City of Kamloops, as per council resolution, effective May 28th, 2024. Okay. 10.2 is the 2024 AGM invitation to VIEA. And the early bird registration is opening in June for this economic summit, one of my favorite conferences. And I understand that all council members have been approved to represent the district at this conference, and staff is just seeking confirmation of which members are planning to attend. It's October 23rd and 24th in Nanaimo. So we've lost Councillor Mafty. We'll have to catch him another time. Councillor Kennington.
I have unfinished business to attend to there.
Okay. Councillor Anderson.
I'll have to check. I'll have to check my.
You have to go.
I'll have to check my schedule on that.
You have to check your schedule.
You have to go.
Councillor Hoare.
I write the schedule, but I still have to check it because, you know, the world exploded.
Okay. Your world exploded, yes. All right. Sorry, staff. I can speak for myself. I'll go. But you'll have to wait to hear from the rest.
Sorry.
Okay. Mayor's announcements and council committee reports. Councillor Anderson.
I'll go quick. This is a long one. Thank you for those who've stayed. That's a trooper move here. That's a long one. I met this. The one thing that I was just going to bring up is I met someone in town through Matt actually. Julie Nice. She does a really interesting person. So she's representing. She has a business, and she has a grant that's come forward, and she does like vertical farming. So it's microgreens, high nutrient food that I think she sells to a handful of restaurants in town. Well, she does like Howler's Pluvio, etc. And it was just really great to see her doing that, because just in the vein of economic diversity, like reconciliation, food security, it was really neat to see her initiative. So she's got a grant from us, $250,000. She's partnering with one of the nations, and to move that forward, I just think is totally the direction that we need to be thinking in this kind of way, and it's and the community is embracing it, and I know that she's going to need some help moving forward. So. Yeah, this is just the kind of thing, like one of those initiatives that I think is really good, and it's sustainability, it's green, it's kind of checks all the boxes. So I was just really happy to meet this person, and I'm really sort of pumping that thing right now with that. You know, we've got the green solutions coming forward. So yeah, that was neat. That was it for me.
No meetings to report out on?
Did you get an evil eye? You were just in an ACTAV meeting today.
Oh, I was in an economic development meeting. Yes, that's true. I was indeed. Yes, and that was great. That was we had a presentation from one of the members via Zoom. There's got to be over 12 people there, including Zoom, and it was great to see the community coming forward for that economic development.
This is the Chamber of Commerce we're talking about, right?
Division of the Chamber of Commerce, correctly. Yeah, and it's sort of it's a team just for that, and it was a great meeting. So we're starting to hammer that out. It's relatively new, but we're starting to get some directions right now. We've done surveys to figure out what everyone's, what their strategic priorities are, and moving forward. So it's great. There's a lot of commitment from stakeholders and business leaders in the community.
Great, thank you for that. Councillor Hoare.
Like the rest of council, I attended the strategic planning session on May 30th. Gotcha. It's just way too much fun to remind him of the meetings that he was in. So that was nice to sort of revisit things, and as was mentioned by the mayor earlier, like housing, really. I also attended on Saturday morning the Vancouver Island Regional Library Board meeting, which was long until we lost quorum. But it was fun to discuss the groundbreaking that's going on up in Masset, and they've secured a lot of funding for that new library up there, which they really need because the other one is basically disintegrating. So it's always good to have a feel-good story, and the mayor of Masset was talking about how great this space is going to be, and they're partnered with the language group up there, the Haida language group. So it's going to be a really neat space. And the other thing that I did this weekend, which you also did on Friday and Saturday, was attended the Glee show to watch your child in it.
Oh.
He was carrying around the other child, so he was a little distracted. But shout out to all the kids in the community. I've spoken to quite a few people over the apples and about how amazing the talent is in this town. And if you have not been to a Glee show, check out the next one. Doesn't have to be the adult version. You can come to the kid version and have fun with the rest of us and watch the 30. I don't know how they heard 30 kids around and they sing songs. And I did videotape the whole thing for Courtney, who runs the program, and so watch news feeds on maybe the community board. I don't know. She'll probably pop a few of those videos up. So there are some amazing talents on the West Coast because the kids were from Tofino as well as Ucluelet. And it was just really good to see packed houses both nights. And we raised a lot of money because I'm really bossy about making people buy 50-50 tickets. Just saying, if I know your name, you're in trouble. That's how that rolls.
Perfect. Thank you. Councillor Kennington.
On the 29th, we had the accessibility committee meeting, and we're sort of wrapping up the program there. And the next step is open houses. So we're just trying to coordinate when, where, how everybody's schedules line up for that. So I'm pretty excited to see that come to a close. Not because I want to see it come to a close, just because we've made so much progress, and it's I think we did a really good job. Not just. And other than that, again, the Economic Development Committee meeting today, and I have to say, again, I heard the word housing about 16 times, so it's just one of these things that just keeps coming. And then 3 separate meetings with ARIF to sort of discuss what they're doing and really get a handle on what solutions might fit for Ucluelet. I'm very excited, and the funny thing is the housing part's really exciting. But all the other stuff is really, really exciting as well. So the circular economy, green energy, everything's wrapped up. It's like a one-stop shop for the future of this town potentially. And so I'm really looking forward to continuing to hear from them, and hopefully we can make something happen quickly. When we start talking about 6 months from approvals to actually having people moving into purpose-built rentals is incredible. So I hope we can all keep the pressure on and make that happen.
Thank you. I'll be really quick with mine. May 29th, I attended a Tourism Ucluelet meeting at Blackrock, and we were introduced to Nick Curry, who's Tourism Ucluelet's brand new tourism development specialist. So that was nice to meet him. May 30th was our first introduction to ARIF, and it was also our strategic plan review. May 31st, I had an iced tea meeting in the morning. 2 proposals were considered. One of them was for Redfish, which was successfully voted through for up to $200,000 for their Restoration Stewardship Center. June 5th, I attended a West Coast Committee meeting by Zoom. The West Coast Transit schedule is being changed slightly to accommodate ridership. And the numbers are increasing every week for the transit, which is great. And they're working on a seniors fare, so it'll be a $2 reduction for a seniors fare. June 6th, I was on Tough City Radio. June 7th was the ACRD multi-use path ribbon cutting, which was that 1.2 kilometer missing link between the park and the junction. And this was part of the ribbon that was used. It was a braided cedar ribbon that went like 40 feet. And all of us that spoke at the event got a piece of it to take home. So that was kind of cool. And that's it for me.
Light one. You had a light count?
That was a light one, yeah. Okay, question period. This is an opportunity for the public to ask questions and comment on matters within council's jurisdiction. Representations about bylaws that council is prohibited from holding a public hearing on and bylaws that were subject to a public hearing are not permitted at this time. So that would be bylaw 1341, 44, 45, and 46. Are there any audience members that wish to address council? Seeing none, are there any members of the public attending by Zoom or telephone that wish to address council?
If anyone via Zoom wishes to address council, please raise your hand, or by telephone, *9. No hands are raised.
And have we received any emails to communityinput@ucluelet.ca?
No further emails have come in.
Okay, there's no need to go into a closed session this evening, so I move that the June 11th, 2024 regular council meeting be adjourned at 8:28.
I'll second.
All in favor? None opposed. That carries.
I want to keep going.
Yeah, right? You should have made Mark keep going. Poor guy. You won't, because they have to do the prep to get the votes. They've got to have the boats hitting the water.
I hope he didn't stay up for this meeting and that he just woke